All right, welcome everyone. It's All-Star Trip Saturday presented by PPD. My name's Armand Chaudhary. I'm subbing in for part of the duo of Will and Sean. I'm representing Star City Live, and I'm joined here by Ryan George from Cincy
How we
Event
doing,
Streaming.
Armand?
Good. How are you, Ryan?
I'm doing good, buddy. It's fun to be here on a Saturday afternoon. Like I said, we are not the we're not the A-team ballers that they're used to, but we're gonna give it a shot.
Yeah,
And
the bench players got to play sometimes too,
every once in a while, the B team gets in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to watch some really great trips matches today.
No, 100%. It's fun. I've done one other trips event where we did the commentary for it, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun players, a lot of different skill levels, skill sets, things like that. So it makes for a fun Saturday. It goes by quick, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Nick, remind us where we are tuning in right now.
Yeah, this is going to be the Wooded Nickel in South Dakota over here that we're watching. And then the team playing out of that location is going to be Anthony Fisher, Ashley Christensen, and Ryan Owen going up against Amber, Jim, and Niles there from Washington, the Western Washington Dart Leagues. That's Niles, Amber, and Jim on the other side there.
Awesome. All right, Jim Holland starting things off. Only managing one single 20 there. Ryan, how many events of these trips have you played in your time playing darts?
So I just recently was blessed to get PPD offered in my immediate area without having to travel a good distance to get to it. So I have not had the chance to do a trip just yet. I qualified this last period, but I couldn't get teams together. I thought I was still qualified, but in my newness realized that I had actually unqualified through the rotating the date ranges. So I've got to get requalified again. But I'm not going to miss the next one. I've already told myself and a couple friends, I don't care if I have to drag them wherever, we're playing in the next one.
Awesome. Yeah, I think up until this past November, I was playing almost every event that I could qualify for.
Sure.
Success-wise, I've won once, and it was like Division 15 7 years ago. Other than that, I think I played Division 1 with Cheyenne and Zach, and we almost got the win, but we finished in second.
There you go.
And those high-level divisions are just crazy to battle through.
Oh, 100%. I can only imagine the name dropping alone that goes on in those levels,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So we got ourselves a little bit of a slow start here. Surely they'll being a couple wins into the winner's side here, they're gonna find their stride and get moving here, because we got Jim back to the board who wants to redeem himself from the 1 mark visit last time.
Yeah, Jim looking at the 19s, has 4 and 2 darts, makes it 7 total, takes a 76-0 lead with 20s and 19s close. Anthony looking to close their first number.
It is important to note here, just want to jump in for a quick second, that we have 18 divisions in total today. This is Division 17, so this is second to last division there. And the average range for this is the combined for the team is a 6.545 to a 6.928. So you're looking at about 2 marks per round for each person on the team, give or take there. And today in total prize money, $30,170 to be won across all 18 divisions.
Wow.
Man, they're handing out that money, aren't they? Oh, man, now I really want to play.
All right. We're going to be here for about 4 or 5 hours talking about darts, and then probably end up going to play darts.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, get out of here in time. I might have to go catch a local blind draw tonight. But yeah, it's going to be a good time watching. Like I said, a lot of people having a lot of fun playing darts today, and literally all over the country. So we're going to be, like we said, we got Washington on one side of this, South Dakota on the other. And I know we've got Florida, Wisconsin, and a handful of other states. So you get a little sampling of everything today.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Ashley is looking to find herself a wedge to get going in and get running.
Looking for that 17 to close. Gets it on the third dart.
Doesn't draw any blood, though, so they are unfortunately still sitting on a 0. And Jim has
Been
woken
killing
up.
it since that first round.
Yeah, he's woken all the way up since that first round.
Big trip on the 17s. A single mark on the 16, but misses a little high into that 888 on his third dart. Anthony not quite out on this. Needs to have a big round on the 16s to bring his team back in it. Unable to find it on the second. Looking for another triple here. And just finds a single there.
Yeah, definitely not often running the way he'd want to, I'm sure. Like Nick did say, we are level 17 here, but level 17 shooters can be dangerous. Don't think for a minute and sleep on them. That's when you find yourself on the losing end of a leg.
Right. Sometimes you just get a little comfortable and then it just falls off.
And Niles is doing the best Ryan George impersonation he possibly can, finding all those 8s probably sitting right on the wire just above the 16. Because I do that on repeat.
Same.
Meanwhile, Ryan, one just right and one just below.
Ooh, just short to get on the board on points.
Really eager to see them jump off on the board here and get off that 0 and get into the game a little bit here. But Amber, with 3 singles, could push it to a bowl. And that's an emphatic close.
Yeah.
And the double. Well,
you got to hate those times where you just need a single and that's when you hit the triple. And it doesn't give you any points.
100%. 100%. That's just, it's like nail in the coffin twice just to make sure the number stays closed. It's one of those things you're like, well, I couldn't have done that first start when we could have pointed on it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right. Jim, Amber, and Niles looking for 3 bulls to take leg number 1 in this race to 2.
Jim looks like he's got the wagon surrounded, but does not draw himself a bowl. So Anthony here could find 4 bulls to get him on the board. They need it like they need air. He's all over it.
Yeah, just around just
left
side, and then drops on into the 3 on the third. Niles stepping up to the line. Finds a bull on his first dart. Needs 2 to end the leg. Make that 1 left.
Hat trick hero, perhaps?
And that looks just outside to the right into the 13.
All right.
Oh,
big double to get it going. Oh, the double bull itis kicks in. You find the double bull, sometimes it's so hard to find another one.
Sometimes you just get so pumped hitting that first double bull, and then you get a little rushed into the second and third darts, and you're just all over the place.
100%. 100%, my friend. Ashley now. She falls into a 20 close and a mark on the 19, but does not get herself a bowl.
All right, Jim taking it out on the first dart and taking that first win in this matchup, heading into leg number 2.
So now a must-win leg for Anthony, Ryan, and Ashley to force a third leg decider to keep their trek through the winner's side going. If not, Amber, Jim, and Niles will march right on to the round 3.
Yeah, I believe the winner of this match will advance to the king seat round.
It
Yes.
looks to me like, yeah, king seat. Yep, king seat match. You are correct, sir.
Right. Both players for each team starting with a 1 mark on the 20s. Anyone's game still. Ryan
Yeah.
looking to close and point on these 20s. Is able to close it. Now it's up to Niles to close or open up the 19s. What would you do in this position?
So for me, I would try to establish a wedge. Now, whether it is the 20 or sorry, whether it's the 19 or the 18, it's up to you whether you want to make the small move to the 20 from the 18. But I find that players, especially maybe in this divisional thought process, tend to be better at the bottom of the board.
Mm-hmm.
I would go down there and get a wedge. If I trip the 19, I might then go up and try to take the 20 away. They obviously looked to close, and they did, so it's that job done.
Wow,
And
big 5 mark there.
And a big 5 from Ashley to make a point. So that works out for them as Ryan's dancing away.
Yeah.
I love that. But
and that's a big turn in the game right there, you know. Get a second number closed, get some points up, but look at this, Amber putting in 4 of her own into the 18s.
The ladies getting involved now. And Ryan over there channeling his inner Ryan. He might be a spirit animal. We both be named Ryan and act like we're full of shenanigans dancing about. So I think the one thing that Anthony, Ashley, and Ryan, I got to remember right here is this is leg 2, and they got to win it. So I think hero shots need to go by the wayside, and I think they need to just make sure they stay out in front in between trying to find closes, because what you don't want to have happen is Jim get hot again, or Niles or Amber get hot and come back and bite you, and then you lose not only the leg but the match.
Yeah, big triple 18 there by Jim, bringing it within 4 points. So adding a little pressure here to Ryan to keep pointing.
And I think that Ryan needs to take a deep breath and slow down.
Yeah, it seemed a little rushed after that first dart.
He felt like he threw those darts really fast. Take your time and make them all count. You can't get them back, so you might as well make them count.
All right, Niles here with the opportunity to take a lead, does so with a single 18 there.
Looks like he's looking down. He did.
Does take a look, yeah.
Does not connect even on a mark there, so he's probably, I'd assume, going to go back up. He does, but he's under it.
Okay, after a 5 mark round from Ashley previously, she's looking to do it again. Almost hits that triple 16.
So she almost splashed that 16 hard. And almost drew some blood on the 17 as well. Would have been a fun round if she'd gone trip 16, double 17 there. That'd have made things interesting in a hurry.
And unable to find anything there by Amber. Anthony up next.
And if I'm Anthony, I might take that first dart at the 18, but if I don't connect and like it, I'm going right back down to that 19. It is only a 5-point spread.
He's got to shift it to the side a little bit. Hitting those threes right in the middle, though.
A whole lot of threes. Yeah, right on the wire. And you can't be angry at those darts. It's know, it's a very, very small adjustment. You got to keep just throwing the dart and know that your toss will get you there naturally.
Oh, look at that, Jim going straight for that 19 early on. Gets 1 mark, goes right back up to the 18. Put some point difference between them.
I mean, I think he did that because he felt confident that he could hit a single 18 at least to put them ahead. And here comes Ryan.
Yeah, making him pay for even looking at that 19. Takes a 171 to 108 point lead. And it's going to be Niles looking back at these 18s again. Down quite a bit in points.
Yeah, and I don't think he would consider moving an inch unless you trip here. Yeah, you got to stay put. Just underneath it into that 4, dropping that elbow just a little bit. All right,
Okay.
Ashley with an opportunity.
Yeah. Definitely enough space. Sticking with that 19. I think she is sticking with her role of just guaranteeing points for the team. Let her other teammates take those closeout shots.
Well, and I think also she's continuing to think to herself, I'm going to keep the pressure on. If you can continue to keep the point spread there, then that's just pressure on them. And pressure on a player is where unforced errors come in, and that's where you seize the opportunity, and then you can take single dart closes.
Yeah. It also relieves pressure from your teammates when
Right, 100%.
you're giving them that point space.
And I think you see that in those
Yep.
3 darts from Anthony right there,
All
because those
solid.
are, I think those are the most relaxed 3 darts we've watched him throw so far.
Agreed.
And all 3 of them sitting on the trip wire where he's pointing. So, like you said, take the pressure off your teammates, make their lives all as easy as you possibly can.
And that's a big 4-mark round there. I mean, you're down 2 numbers and, a number, and down some 60 points or so. But man, Ryan just takes that away from him instantly. Big 5 mark, closes the 17, puts 2 more into the 16.
And I really think it's safe to say that Ashley right now is your catalyst. She came out, went 5 mark. She's come out. She's hit at least a couple of singles every single round. She's given her partners the confidence by stepping up and doing what she can do, and it's allowed them to relax, and we're seeing better darts from them. That's the team effect coming together.
Yeah, gotta love when it starts working the way it's supposed to. All right, Ashley here looking to close that 16. Little high into the double 8. Finds a big double 16 there and goes right back down to the 19 for some more points.
No hero darts, no muss, no fuss, just taking care of business, and you can see the reaction from the boys.
Yeah, and she's doing a great job taking her time between each dart.
Absolutely. Trip 15 from Amber closes the wedge, but she does not point. That's 3 tough darts, 1 high, 1 low, and 1 flighting off.
Yeah, that's the tough part when you have cover darts in the wrong triples.
Yeah, the neighbors don't tend to be very friendly in cricket games, so 3 singles from Jim tightens it up.
Ryan looking to close that 15, does it in 2, and marks the bull. So 2 bulls for his team.
Ryan wants a leg 3. He wants a leg 3 bad.
All right, Niles needing a big turn here.
A hat trick goes a long way. I mean, that's not a bad thing. Fall out into the 16 for a close.
Wow, big double bull there.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That could be big. And I'll be really honest with you, I wouldn't be shocked if Ashley walks up there and goes 319s or more.
Yeah. I think they were just discussing it.
She's going after it.
Oh, wow.
Oh!
That is not what we called, right?
Nope. That's why we're talking about it and they're doing it.
Yep. A big shot there by Ashley Christensen, hitting the double bull at the end to force a leg number 3. It's a little countdown
split
round.
bowl
Yeah.
501 countdown. And through my short time of PPD, the one thing I've found interesting is I've played a lot of DRTs and stuff like that, is I have found that there are a lot of people that embrace going left side of the board during countdowns like this, where if they think they can go up there and hit 3 trip 14s, that they're going to be better off than chasing the trip 20. It's interesting. I mean, it's a little unorthodox, but I mean, it got bigger numbers to fall into, is what I think they're just thinking about.
Yeah. But it's kind of wild to think they do that, because you're so used to shooting at these cricket numbers or your usual 01 numbers, to just completely risk it on that left side. I mean,
it's interesting.
It's like not falling into a 1 or a 3, but it's definitely, like you said, it's interesting.
It's interesting, but and I've seen it. And I'll be the first to admit, I have fallen to a diddle or two, or countdown or two, going that route.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. It throws you off, I think, more than anything, because you're right. We throw out the same numbers over and over again playing cricket, but then to walk away from that sometimes makes you go,
All right, Anthony starting leg at 3 with 2 marks on the 20s. Jim with a second dart triple 20 to close it, and a single for a 20-point advantage.
So now we're going to see if Ryan can stay alive and keep that fire he had in that last leg. Will we see Jim come back alive like we saw him in leg 1? And will the girls keep playing kind of the catalytic role there in the middle, where they're the ones that kind of drive the change?
Wow, big triple 19 to quickly close that 19 by Niles. It's going straight to the 17. So he's thinking more aggressive right now, just trying to get ahead with only a 20-point lead, with your opponents having 2 marks on that 20.
It's a brave and bold idea.
Agreed.
It works. I mean, he obviously executed it, and if you execute it, you're always right. But you also wonder how that fares looking down the road as you move down the board. How that ends up looking. Does it come back to bite you in the end, keeping it tight like this, where a big, 6-7 mark round could put you down real quick?
Wow, big round there by Amber, hitting that triple 20 on the third dart, increasing their lead 80-0.
Yeah.
Anthony looking at these 18s and finds 3 solid ones, all on the wires of those triples.
And now Jim going down to secure a second wedge. Then he'll take a shot at that 18. Draws blood on one of them, but I like that, because now you've got 2 beds to play in, especially with that 20 being a single mark close. So I think that adds a little more pressure than people might think it does, and being up 80-0 sure doesn't hurt.
And Ryan putting in 18 points and closing that 20. Niles will have a chance here to either point up on those 17s, close the 18s, or maybe even open up a new number like he did previously.
Yeah. Firm and confident dart right into the trip 18. Now he can kind of play it how he wants, whether he wants to drop to the 15, which he does. Small moves usually bring success. Finds 2 of them. So now pressure on Ashley here. Going to have to run this 16 up and run it fast.
That double 2 looked awfully like a double 17. Can even differentiate where it landed.
Amber throws those darts quick.
Yeah.
She gets rid of them in a hurry. He's trying to take that 15 away from him, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's
Seems so.
I don't hate it. I just don't know how I feel about it being down points like they are on the third leg decider.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think you gotta just take advantage of that 16 being left alone, but now it may just be a little too late. Unless Ryan can really blow it up on the 16s here.
He needs to blow the doors off this 16.
And he's doing just that. Oh, goodness. A big 7 mark there for a 2-point lead. So now you're only down 3 marks, technically.
Yeah. Yeah. So now, what kind of hurting does Niles put on it? Realistically, a firm single, I would say a firm single on dart 1, he could look at it, but I would stay now. Yeah. Put the pressure on Ashley.
Yeah, Niles has been playing some big, bold darts. I mean, his first dart was going for that 16. He wanted to take it away from them quickly. Ashley looking to point up on the 16s, just barely missing outside of it.
And now Amber.
Yeah, with the opportunity here to close it down. And does it with a sneaky double 16 at the end.
So now what do you think, Armand? Do you think close, or do you think you gotta go bowl and hope for a fallout if you miss?
I would go bulls, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, you're looking for, even a double to spark your team up. A hat trick, even 2 marks will help. Put that pressure on your opponents to actually have to hit that hat trick, or else the game can linger on in their favor.
Ooh.
Big double by Jim there. 1 more to advance to the king seat. Can he do it?
He
just shy of
not. All right, Ryan. Uh-oh.
3 into the bull. Not able to extend it quite yet. Niles with 1 bull to advance.
He's hit a majority of the bowls for his team thus far. So 12, but it looks tight. Uh-oh. Oh no.
So it's an opportunity here. It's a
she's got darts
3 dart
hands,
out.
Technically,
yeah.
Yep.
Floats into the 20 on her first dart. And unable to find the bull there, yeah.
So Amber can be the hero now.
And she's going right to it. Unable to find it herself. So Anthony has a chance here as well.
See, I wonder if I was Amber on that last visit, if I hadn't rethought maybe the third dart after taking 1 or 2 at it. But
yeah,
don't want to continue to give him the chance at 3 darts in hand. But at the same time, Anthony taking his time, composing himself, figuring it out, thinking about the meaning of life.
Hits the first bull to take the lead. Looks for that 15 close.
Oh, he's wired it. Oh, that poor boy. Oh,
but he does get the point lead for him and his team. Now Jim must get points and the bull closed. Does it with a double 17 there. Needs a bull to close it. And falls into the 16. So,
and we're right back where we started.
yeah.
Single bull to take the lead, and then darts in hand.
Big bull there
Single
by
15.
Ryan. Yeah.
Do not throw it to double. Thank you. At least he threw.
That
for
would
the
be a
tripper fat.
Mike Maloney move right there.
Yeah, that's a Maloney move. We are not. Not many of us are Maloney's. So, yeah, keep it fat. Guarantee the mark. I know he wanted the trip, but guarantee the mark.
All right, Niles taking a single 17, needs the bull for the win, and he hits it. Huge round there by Niles to win it for his team and advance to the Division 17 King Seat match.
Crazy.
All right, and now we're on the Division 1 King Seat. Game 1 between Jamie, Mike, and Nate versus Ramon, Steve, and Vince. Nick, where are they playing out of?
We are actually taking a look at Tom Ryan's here in Phoenix, Arizona. And then on the other side, they're actually playing at a streaming location too. The Florida team there for Steve, Ramon, and Vince, they're playing at a King Seats over there in Holiday, Florida.
Did you say Phoenix? There ain't no maybe to it. He said Phoenix. I will never say it any other way ever again. All right, so some slingers in action. Phoenix meets Florida.
All right, everyone in chat, let us know if you are participating in today's event and where you are playing or watching from.
I see Paul Rogers saying, hey, from Rockford, Illinois. Yep, Paul, it is me. I am here, my friend. I thought you were going to Whammo. You'll have to message me and let me know about that, because I thought you were going to go up and see everybody up at Whammo. I figured you'd be there. So Mike Redmond, down 48, but up wedges, changes that quickly.
Go straight for that 18.
Swings it out wide for the double, but only connects on a single.
Yeah, playing a little aggressive there. They do have a two-number advantage, so why not take a look and cut them from the legs on those 18s? But Ramon puts in a nice 4-mark round there and takes advantage of a 60-point lead.
So, fun fact that only Nick will probably appreciate. In Spanish, more than 20 years ago when I was in high school, my Spanish classroom name was Ramon Jorge. Because Jorge translates to George, and there's no real translation for Ryan, so my Spanish teacher said you're Ramon. So there you go.
Yeah, mine called me Armando.
See, you guys like at least had nicknames. Mine just called me stupid. I don't know.
Oh, you poor kid, you.
In English?
Estupido.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, Nick.
All right, Vince, with a 6-point lead, closes those 17s. Looks like he's going for the 15 to open up. Gets a mark there.
Is he trying to rock like a retro Steelers jersey there? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah, it does.
Kind of give you that vibe, the bumblebee look?
Yeah.
All right, kid. Mike Redmond with the highlighter shoes to match the highlighter darts. I think Randy Magneto's the one that started that. He started wearing the super bright color coordinated shoes. Now everybody does it. Meanwhile, Nick just went the super bright color coordinated hair, and we love him for it.
Hair dye's cheaper than shoes.
That's fair. Lasts longer too sometimes. Uh-oh. Bit of a miss there. With the 6-point lead. That is gonzo now.
Wow, big 9 mark there by Jamie. Am I pronouncing that right? Okay.
Yeah, that's Jamie there. So Jamie just got announced to be on the new Arizona Premier League that they just tried to start up out of there and should be going underway next month. That's organized by Mike Scarborough and a few others over there. So Jamie did get the invites in to that one alongside with likes of Chuck Pulio, JC Martinez, your usual top Arizona shots. So it's a really cool thing that they're trying to get running out of there.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And congratulations to all of them. And a big,
big
game 1 win there.
But yeah, there's a lot of sharks in the water out there in Arizona. If anybody ever tries to tell you that there's not, they're fibbing. I remember watching. Matter of fact, it was you, Nick, doing Arizona Bull Shooter, and there was tons of talent out there.
All right, heading into leg number 2 in this race to 4. Steve will start things off. He has 4 into the 20s so far, goes down to the 19 for his third dart, and gets a mark on it. So Jamie now will probably look to hit these 19s.
See, and I have to say, to be really completely honest, I know my opponents are this talented, I'm not throwing that third dart down unless
100%.
the first 2 were both trips. I'm only considering it if the first 2 were trips.
Right. Especially in Division 1, right? Where you're most likely going to get followed up with a 6 to 7 mark anyways.
5, 6, 7, 8 marks and better are just commonplace. Because you're just putting yourself, you're basically almost eliminating that high ground like we just saw. So,
And so Nate and company have turned the tides here in this second leg, taking a 35-point advantage, 2 numbers closed, and struggling to hit the 18s.
Yeah.
So now it makes you think: does that mark, that look at the 19s that he took earlier, that kind of hurt them?
Yeah, because if it's a trip 20, that's 60 points missing from the board.
Yeah.
So, they could still technically be up right now, or the leg could be getting played out a lot differently right now. And Mike Redmond saying, "Oh, you dirty boy."
Oh, it gives Steve a opening here to take advantage of those 18s. Needs 2 marks to close it, but looking for more to increase their point total.
Right. Got to keep the world entertained one bit at a time. The doubles on this leg for me are crazy.
Yeah.
Doubles make me nervous. I'm the guy that says there's no doubles in cricket. I know everybody argues with me. Maloney laughs at me. That's fine. But doubles just make me nervous. I'm too afraid to make the board go bonk bonk and miss off the outside edge. That's my problem. Can't do it. Nate Ball in 19s. Ramon coming alive here a little bit.
Nice 5-mark round on the 17th.
Getting the groove back a little bit.
But still anyone's game here. Mike probably going to look at these. Oh, bite my tongue. He went straight for those 17s. Now looking at those 19s. And just gets that last one in for that point lead.
I think you do the same thing we talked about in the previous match with Jim. Is he went close first, knowing he only needed a single mark to pull ahead again. The only downside is when you do that in level 1, they could bury you with a 6 mark and then flip and close it on you. So
Right. High risk, high reward.
yeah, he potentially. And he got away with it. He 100% got away with it. Steve not finding but a pair of 16s, so I'm kind of shocked by that right there. Kind of shocked Jamie didn't go ahead and just run that 16 away from him, especially the way he 9 marked the 16 to 15 transition last leg.
Right. All right, Vince Edwards looking at these 16s, finds the triple 16 on his second and a single to end his round. 48 points added, but still down 228 to 193. I'd like to say Nate probably goes a look at the 19, then the 16s, but I've been wrong so far on everything. And I would be right again on being wrong.
It's all right, bud. Like I said, that's the reason they're throwing, and we're sitting here chit-chatting about darts.
Ramon looking for the 15s and finds a big triple there, still trailing by 20 points.
And Mike looking to play shutdown corner here.
Big double there. Only needed a single, but that double hits.
I think he was trying to stay as far away from that other dart on the inside of the trip as he could, so he didn't get a random flight out of it. But then he didn't capitalize dart 3 either, so potato, potato.
Oh, look at that. Going straight for those 19 closes, make it a bull race.
Level 5 or 6 or 10, I like that more than I do in level 1.
Yeah.
Because it's still technically, well, now it's
3-3, right?
3-3.
Yeah.
But it's risky.
Yeah, Jamie hitting some big shots and not stopping now. Double bull, single bull takes a 2-0 lead.
Yeah. Risking it for the biscuit, I guess, but Jamie with nothing to lose, having one leg won already, and now they're up 2-0 on a race to 4.
Great round by him, shooting a 4.64 there.
100%.
So leg number 3, starting off with Steve.
Now stay put. Now stay put.
100%. Down 2.
Going down.
You gotta make your way up, but we'll take that to a big 9 mark. There
You're
by
always
Steve
right
McDowell.
if you hit it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jamie just not letting up. 7 marks on the 18 there, takes the 12-point lead.
I think you're really going to start to see some darts fly here. I think these guys are done kind of feeling it out, and you're going to start seeing them fly.
Interesting shot choice there, taking that look at the 18 there. I mean, everyone has their own preferences and stuff, but and sometimes you just got to lay it in on points just to have that comfort zone.
Right, and even Nate there looking at the 21st dart, unless he wants to say it got away from him. It could have been the one or the other.
Big close there. Big round overall by Ramon. Triple 20, double 18, and a single 17. Mike Redman. Let's see what he goes for. Gonna close those 17s and point and tie the game up.
$1.60 apiece. Here we go.
Yeah, Steve looking for these points. Takes a look at that 17. Only gets a single there. So it's still open for Jamie here, who has been shooting on fire and continues to do so. Another 7-mark round by Jamie.
His toss is just so nonchalant.
Yeah.
He kind of just throws the dart out there and it just goes.
Just
it must be nice
unfazed
to
every
be
time
that
he's
good.
up on the line. Yeah,
Right.
right. I agree.
I don't know what that feels like.
Usually my heart is just racing and got a big lump in my throat. The pressure.
Yep. Here's Nate. I think he's our first lefty of the day, too.
All right, big close there with the double 20.
Say Ramon's got to get them back into the hunt.
Yeah, struggling a bit on those pointings on the 19th. Kind of makes it hard when your opponents are just banging the 17s left and right.
It was also interesting to see him swap off and close the 17 and then come back to the 19 being down in points like this, but and Redmond wanted that trip 15 bad.
Finds the single there.
So small opportunity
yeah.
here for Steve McDowell. Gonna have to capitalize on it.
Oh no. It looks like he went 16 to 15, but unable to hit either.
Yeah, and chasing the mark of the 15 for that they have. The other team has. And only walks away with a mark. So now Jamie, the hot hand dealer for this leg so far.
Oh, just low on that triple 16 look into the triple 7, but it's a big round on the 15s there. Vince with 4 into the 16s. Leaves it
just hot.
Just there.
$37-point game.
Oh, and that double bull is crucial.
And just think about if he'd have thrown that trip 16 dart 1 instead of the double and missing it. You could have ended the leg there, buddy. Every once in a while. Ramon looking to make an issue of it.
And he puts him 4 into the bulls, brings it within 12. But Mike Redmond also shooting very well this round, only needs one more bull to take a 3-0 lead. Oh, but is the pressure getting to him? Nope. Just took all 3 darts.
Just squeezes it. That's why we get 3.
Yep.
3 darts to throw the 3-3-3 for Mike Redmond. As they
Look
will
at that,
go
Jamie
up
shooting
3-0.
a 6.
Mercy, mercy, mercy.
He has definitely been a big factor in their team's success in this matchup. So on to leg number 4. Steve,
right.
Ramon, and Vince looking to extend this match. Jamie, Mike, and Nate looking to end it.
So I think Steve McDowell needs to 9 mark the 20s here to try to break the chain here. At least give me 7, bud. 5 will work. I just wanted to see if we get a 9 up top. See if it made any difference. A bit of a wild dart there from Jamie on dart 1. And on dart 3.
Yeah. A rare 1-mark round by Jamie there. Will Vince take advantage of that or try and close those 19s? He's sticking with the triple 20s, 2 of them good so far, and a big triple 19 there for a 9-mark round by Vince Edwards.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Putting them way out in front, shutting down another wedge behind it, and playing defense. And I think you see the pressure of that getting to Nate a little bit there on that round.
Solid 3 17s there. So Ramon, Vince, and Steve just cruising in this game, closing a number every round they're up.
Yeah, they're kind of playing kind of like their lives depend on it. And to be honest, they do. And right now, the wheels kind of falling off here for Mike, Jamie, and Nate.
This goes back to what we were talking about earlier. You take a big lead and then you take that possibility of going cold and letting the other team come back on you. And another number closed on the 18s for Steve, Ramon, and Vince.
And they've basically maxed out their point lead potential here. I don't hate that from Jamie, because if you could hit that trip 15 as well, you've got 2 beds to try to stand and fight in. I know that it's a tall order, but at least it adds a splash of hope.
Right. And Vince closes out those 16s with 3 singles. So now Nate only with the 15 open to him. He's able to close it as well. Big triple there on the 15s by Ramon and a big double bull.
How good does it feel to hit that double bull? 1 dart left. No, it doesn't in the leg, but like you're basically saying, hey, here's everything I can do for you. You know, now somebody step up and hit a single bull.
Right. Yeah, definitely gives you that confidence boost coming up, going forward.
I got a guy locally I play doubles with a lot. His name's Steve, and we jokingly look at each other and be like, all right, I'm calling the bullpen now for that one, that 1 inning, that 1 pitch, whatever.
Yeah.
So.
All right,
Steve McDowell.
Hitting a big bull there to
1.
put themselves on the board here. Down 3-1. It's not over yet. They need 2 to tie, 3 to win. Jamie, Mike, and Nate needing 1 to advance.
So I'm going to go out on a limb and say this with a little bit of confidence. If Steve and Ramon and company can throw like they just did again, they could come back and win this. If they can throw with that level of intensity and that level of accuracy, I think they've rattled Jamie and company a little bit. There was a 2 and a 1 on that scoreboard at the end of that leg, and that's not characteristic for any of these guys. So,
right.
I think that if they can come out firing, which Steve is making me sound a little silly at the moment, but that makes it interesting. Blank, yeah.
And Nate going straight for the 19s and the 17s. Closes the 19s, 2 marks on the 17s. So definitely adding more pressure now to Vince and
100%. Yeah.
And Vince putting in 4 into the 18. Cuts the points difference to 2.
So now Mike and Nate and Jamie, they're in cruise control now.
Ooh.
I like that 3rd dart.
Yeah, me too.
You got 3 beds.
Now Ramon with a chance to bring his team back up. But we'll only find that triple 18 on the 3rd does take the point lead.
Man, oh
That's a
man.
tough round there for Jamie.
All right, Steve, what do you got for us here, bud? I'd run your point lead being the last leg for you if you don't win it.
Right. And you're down 3 numbers. But
He is not
he's going
listening to
straight
me.
for it. Big triple
19s?
20.
You got to go back to that 18 now. And the single is great on the 18, but man, you'd have prayed for a trip there.
Only a single 19 there by Nate.
This is going to get
Still
in. Yeah, and you
2
can
point
see
number
the
advantage,
frustration
but
there a little
they're
bit.
falling behind on the points.
Yeah, because now Vince could go. He close 19s and save a dart to go. I'd go back to the 18.
Agreed. Now you've kind of evened out the game number-wise.
100%.
Oh, but he takes a look at that 17.
I don't like that because now they can flip the board on you with 2 darts. If Redmond connects here, yep.
Huge first start.
Ooh.
Does he stay up there?
No, he goes back down.
He's going to go back down, yeah.
He should go back down. They're not even a single ahead. Yeah.
Smart dart there, yeah.
I'm kind of here for the other team on the board next to him, too, giving them all the dapped up love in between rounds. Only 18 points from Ramon. Leaves them behind. Oh, Jamie. Having a bit of a tough go here. Started off throwing a 4 and change and a 6. And has since the cheese has slid off the cracker here a little bit.
I've never heard that one before.
It's an old school phrase for saying somebody's lost their cool is the cheese that slid off the cracker. I'm good for one of those every once in a grandiose while. That's why Nick keeps me around. I make him giggle.
All right. 2 single 18s there for 36 points. Takes a 3-point advantage for Vince, Steve, and Ramon. Both teams kind of struggling on pointing on these 18s and 17s here.
When the first 2 legs we watched them play, they lit those 2 numbers on fire.
Yeah, and Nate's really struggling down here on the 17s.
Yeah.
Showing signs of frustration there.
Yeah, grabbing the head, ripping on the darts a little bit. Each one of these teams kind of keeps handing it back to the other one, saying, no, here's your chance. No, here's your chance. Go back to the 18, kind sir. He tried it.
Yeah, and that's a big close there by Vince, giving his team a slight advantage here. Mike needing the 16s, and he hits it. Big first dart there. Takes a look at the 18, and a big 16, triple 16 to end his turn. Now, if he hits that 18, that's just crazy.
If he hits it, he's the hero. But if he misses, the trip 16 for redemption to give you the point lead. But Ramon is now going to uncork on that 18, and now you find yourself in almost a 100-point pickle here.
Let's see what Jamie can do. He's kind of been struggling this leg.
I think he's got to work back to just finding fat singles if nothing else, and then finding the big trip dart 3 to make it 5, make it a 1-point game. And how interesting this leg has already kind of swung and turned on its head. We were barely crawling along there for a minute, and now we're starting to run. But Steve.
Yeah, the 18s are falling now.
I would go 16. I'd do it. He stayed. Okay. All right. Respect it. Again, back to almost a 100-point pickle. Now, Nate here has to take a big, deep breath and at least find himself just, if nothing else, find yourself 3 singles, bud. Even better.
Oh, that's
Even
huge.
better.
Huge round by Nate. 7 marks into the 16 for 112 points. Gives them a 21-point advantage. Since looking at these 18s, finding singles so far, and a big triple 18 there on the third.
Big dart, third dart there.
Now we've got a bit of a back and forth game here.
And I mean, Ramon and company got to remember, they've got the high ground here. But I don't hate that.
Yeah, you know,
I
that first
actually
start
really
is
like
covering that 16. I like the switch to the 15, but it's good that he hit it at least.
Right. I mean, that's pressure.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they're down, but now it's a well, not a 6, but it's a 5 mark to close. So, but Ramon just saying gas pedal, I'll run away. See, now here, if I'm Jamie and if I'm feeling any more confident, a trip here. Oh, stay in now. Yeah. I'll say if we'd have found a trip dart 1, I'd have maybe taken a stab at that 18 because you got the 2 wedge advantage. But not finding a trip until dart 3. So Steve here. Single 16. Yep. I would not throw at the bowl. Thank you.
Yeah, smart darts there by Steve, closing out all the numbers, forcing Nate onto the bowls. And that looks like the center hole of that bowl.
Yeah, that's DNC, baby. Yeah. Couldn't ask for any tighter to the middle than that. You got to think your darts through here. I'm not mad. They're playing for their lives right now.
Yeah, down 3-1, you absolutely have to do it.
Anything
You can do to end this match. Because these guys are hitting the bulls. Oh, little stray dart there. Looking for that double 18.
Why? Oh, Mikey boy.
It is not a good time to be missing that bull.
I mean,
but the
I guess
18,
you can miss it if you're going to trip it.
18 saves them there. Wow. 4 marks into the bulls. Brings them within, what is that, 41?
Yep, that is correct.
And a huge double bowl closeout by Steve, making the game count 3-2. So heading into leg number 6, I believe Jamie, Mike, and Nate will start this round off.
Mm-hmm.
If Jamie can get back into the rhythm he started this match with. And unable to do so, only puts in a single mark into that 20.
Now, Steve has traditionally started off most of these legs pretty hot up top. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been killing those 20s.
And
continues to do so.
Thank you.
A huge 9-mark round on the 20s there. Yeah, I have to say I'm pretty glad he stayed up there. If they want to come back and force a final leg, they absolutely need to just stick with their points and move when they are comfortable. Like right now.
The thing is the last leg they survived by slaughtering the 18s when they needed to. The leg before that they won because they ran it out to 200-point lead and then just kept it out there.
And they
that is obviously what's winning
Yeah.
the legs. So stick to what's working, boys, because you can't lose. So hurt some feelings if you have to, but run up to 200 if you gotta. And just hold on tight. Mike Redmond
doing everything he can. Keep his team in this leg. Maybe steal it and win the match.
100%.
But Ramon, Steve, and Vince are just in synchronicity and absolutely hitting all their darts needed.
Well, I think they've figured it out. The first couple legs, they played around with it. They were playing hey, we're up 15 points. We'll take a shot at it anyway. And that wasn't working. They were losing. Then they played that leg where they all came together and blew it up, and all of a sudden they're like, wait a minute, maybe we're onto something here. And now it's just, you can't let Jamie, Nate, and Mike have a chance. You have to keep taking it away. And it's obvious that pressure play is not working out for them as well.
Oh, goodness.
That's huge.
That one hurts.
That's massive. That's saying, hey, let's go to leg 7. Because that's crazy.
All right. So
I mean,
Nate doesn't know what he has to do.
Right. Nate's like, what's left? Because all three of them have got to be throwing in the 5s right now. Like,
you want to jump in here real quick and just say, in the background, there's a lot of different dart streams going on. Of course, CDC is currently live. And for some of our fans in here, a familiar face, Leonard Gates playing Doug Bain in the finals. After 7 legs, both players are averaging over 105 right now.
Wow, that's amazing.
I just want you guys to know that what's going on. I figured you guys would also appreciate that update there as well.
So in other words, Sean is losing his mind.
Yeah, Sean and Gordon are losing their mind right now for sure.
Sean and Gordon are losing their mind, and Doug is probably losing his because that's some darts, bud.
All right, so Ramon, Steve, and Vince force a game 7 after being down 3-0.
Can we say last leg decider? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Going the distance on this one.
Little count up action before we get going on it. And I think what Jamie, Nate, and Mike need to say is we cannot let them run on us. We have to establish early and quick.
Yeah, you would hate to be reverse swept after starting so strong.
I mean, only LeBron should ever feel that way. Let's not do that.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. I like that a lot. That's a mature switch instead of trying to force it up there, and that gets them the crucial start.
Yep, so Jamie, Mike, and Nate starting game 7 here. Final leg of this king seat match. I mean, truly incredible how Steve, Vince, and Ramon were able to persevere and make a comeback on this.
Now it really comes down to who do we get to see? Do we see the incredibly in sync Steve, Vince, and Ramon, or do Jamie, Nate, and Mike return to the form we saw the first 3 legs, where they kind of out strategized against Jamie, Mike, against Ramon, Steve, and Vince? So
I feel like it's all going to depend because we know Steve has been starting off really great. It's going to come down to how Jamie starts this leg. And a big triple 20 is a great way to start it. Can he find another one? He does on the 3rd dart.
Much better start for Jamie in this leg.
Absolutely.
And pick the perfect time to do it if you're going to do it. But now Steve just has to take a deep breath and go hit the 19s like he has been hitting those 20s to open. So everybody's kind of fallen into a role here, and Steve needs to stick to his guns on his.
Ooh, and that's a tough start for Steve. Guess that's a little commentator's curse there.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely talked him into hurting himself there.
Yeah, sorry about that, Steve.
Nate almost splashes the 16s. We'd have said whoopsie there.
Yeah,
So Vince and
tough round there by Nate, because Vince could potentially turn it around here. A triple would be nice, but unable to do so. And we have Arthur saying hello from Alberta. Awesome.
Canada, huh? Nicely done. Allison Coelho saying Shimon, Florida. Wonder if she's trying to say come on, just make it fun.
I believe that was come on.
Ooh.
I believe.
Gotcha. Supposed to be like Shimon.
Yeah. Little Michael Jackson twist to it.
There we go. Man, you people from Florida, I swear.
What does that mean? Hold on, like
I don't know. I don't know.
I know. You're right. I have been too quiet. That's a way to get me go. What is it? First off, from Ohio. Second off, Florida's way better than what, Cincy? I mean, come on.
I'm not from either, so it's okay.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
I am much like your boy Sean. I'm a Hoosier.
No.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Yeah.
Probably worse.
I don't know if that helped.
Yeah.
It probably not.
You unified
We're good for
Armand
coin
and I
and
against you, so that's good.
That's fair. It's fair. 100%. It's fine. I like Texas.
Yes, the great state of Texas.
No, I've enjoyed Florida. I enjoy Florida, and I enjoy you, Nick. For double 17 action. I still have you above Sean and Will in my power ranking, so.
That is fair, but that's because I'm the only one out of the three of them that play darts. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They do play darts, just not. No, I'm just kidding. I want to stop. Will plays darts really
no,
good.
Please,
Sean
please keep going.
All right, Jamie, Mike, and Nate sitting a little comfortable here with 140 to 35 point lead. Mike hitting a huge triple 16, looking at the 15s now, and closes them out as well. They are 3 bulls away from advancing to the finals.
I would just like to go on record, though, they didn't have to make it so hard on themselves.
Right.
Because they didn't have
could have done it 3
They
games
didn't have
ago.
to drag it out this long.
Looking a lot more comfortable than they did in the last 3 games. That allowed Ramon, Steve, and Vince to come back, but Jamie will hit the closing darts here on this match and will advance to the finals. Meanwhile, Ramon, Steve, and Vince taking on their first loss, dropping into the losers bracket.
Well, I mean, that was a barn burner of a match, like I said. And Ramon, Steve, and Vince fighting like heck and pushing it all the way to that decider. So now we will have to see where our little hop along takes us.
All right.
We're gonna. Yep.
Sorry. All right, guys, stick around. We'll be right back after these few messages.
with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex #2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the shark cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy, was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial Barrel. And Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter. So we're going to go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look.
All right, welcome back everyone to the All-Star Trips event brought to you by PPD. We're here at the stadium for a Division 5 matchup, 1-loss matchup. The winner will advance to, I believe, the 4th, 5th place, which is a money match. And this format will be cricket and 7-on-1, I believe, or 5-on-1. 7-1-on-1. Okay.
Yep.
So Christy Davis with a huge 6-mark round into the 20s. Takes a 140-0 lead. Cody Zimmerman stepping up. 19's available. Big triple 19 to start. And ends it with 4 marks.
So yeah, so we're hopping in. We're running into some, like you said, level 5 action. Winner is going to be guaranteed in the money. How much money they make will be up to them. But they will, it's definitely the stadium. I'm enjoying that. I'm reading all the shirts too. So evidently this is a hot spot.
Yes, it's probably the biggest spot for darts in South Houston. And probably just overall Houston, honestly. The stadium is a huge supporter in the dart world. They hold many large tournaments and also produce a lot of our top players here in Houston and in the TOC realm itself.
Okay. Very cool.
Sam putting in a huge 7 mark round into the 18s, tying the score at 220. Christy Davis is going to stick to these 20s and only puts in a single, just barely missing the triple on her third.
Have to take notice immediately to Christy's humble leg kick she's got going on there.
And that is an unfortunate round there by Cody on the 18. So John, aka Chirp, is gonna talk about it with his teammates here, whether to take that look at the 18 or stick to the points.
I mean, I think you can throw the first one at it, but if you don't like it or you're not feeling it, you gotta guarantee the lead. He opts to go the other way around. Does find himself a pair to extend the lead just a bit. Gets him outside of a trip at least. So it'll take 4 for Derek Pettijohn. Yep.
And so that makes back-to-back misses into the 18s for Derek, Cody, and Sam. Bradley Bryce will most likely take advantage of it. Does take a look. We'll go back to the 20s. Only puts in a mark there.
Kind of hands it back and gives the opportunity right back to Sam. Sam needs a trip, doesn't connect.
Christy going straight for those 18s. Only hits one, tries to go back for the 20. Breaks a tip on the way out there.
And then Sam, Cody, and Derek shooting out of Iowa. Okay, some Midwest boys.
Really struggling on these 18s about the last 3 rounds. Does manage a triple 18 there on the third dart, taking a 10-point lead. So John here will have to resort back to the 20s to not only gain a point lead, but give some cushion for his teammates. He's going to take a quick lead and quickly close out that 18.
So 10-point advantage. It's going to take at least 4 for the point lead here. But if Derek can hit a trip dart 2, which he does not, or dart 3, I would have said he would have had an opportunity to try to flip the board, but he threw faster than I could speak, which is kind of miraculous in its own right.
Yeah, and Bradley Bryce wasting no time. Quick closes that 17 and puts 2 marks on the 16, adding pressure to Sam and company. Solid Sam 3 darts there.
Yeah. Small shrug of the shoulders and say, you know what, it's 3 singles. And sometimes, unfortunately, 3 singles isn't enough even when you want it to be.
And Christy going for the close and points there. So no other option here but the 15s for Cody. Two singles and a short dart there on the third. It kind of gets to you, right? When you're just barely hanging on into the match and you're just coming up with singles here and there as your teammate or your opponents are just increasing the point lead, not quite hitting big as well, but enough to put you down about 2 numbers and some points.
Well, and I've always said to myself, I find it the most frustrating is when if I'm barely hitting or not hitting very well, and all they have to walk up there and do is hit a 1 mark or a 2 mark or even just 3 singles to take care of it. That's when it's really frustrating because how is that a double bowl?
I actually wasn't watching the board. Maybe that's one of the
It wasn't a
misregisters
double
that
bowl.
Nick was talking about earlier.
It was definitely not a double bowl, but that's between them and all of them, and not me, and we're not involved.
Right.
Well, in the official ruling on that is that if unfortunately that happens where the board miscounts it, regardless of how it hit in or whatnot, it's a board don't lie type mentality, right?
Right.
To back up and reverse a dart is a luxury that can happen, but is not mandatory by most means. There, going with the player
Gotcha.
advantage rule.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, fair enough. Well, then,
Yep.
double bowl it was.
And a hat trick to start the 7-1 leg by Sam. Bradley also just short on the hat trick himself, puts in 113. So it must win for Cody, Derek, and Sam to extend to a third game. And Cody puts in 101.
It is important to note with this format, right? Especially when you're looking at your top half of divisions, that this middle game of 0-1 typically will always be a hold of throw. And it almost always will go to a last league decider in this one loss bracket. And just because of the scoring power and the open out style, when you get to lower divisions, the scoring power isn't as consistent. You can see more fluctuation. But right now, I mean, everything for Cody, Derek, and Sam seems to be going right.
Yeah, hat tricks and low tons for them consecutively.
I'd also like to say that I really, really like seeing 0-1 mixed into the setup like this to splash it up and make it a little different. Because I'll be really honest, at the end of the day, I like 0-1 a lot. I actually probably would say, and nobody will like it, but I tend to very much like 0-1 more than I like cricket.
It's a nice splashing because it does help change up for players, helps the teams regroup, but also on the tournament side of things, logistically, it makes it go a little bit faster, right? I mean, there's only so long a 7-1 game can go on.
Sure. It's a lot easier to get to zero sometimes and watch out the 25-round battle on the 16s and 15s. 100%, my friend. Nick always with those nuggets of wisdom.
Okay, Cody only putting 57 there. Gives them a 100-point advantage. Christy Davis looking to cut that down. Fits in a bull on her third for 79. We have a 21-point game.
Say it's a lot. I mean, a double bowl there makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
A low ton makes a huge difference.
That's a nice, nice out there.
We had a lot tighter of a game there for a minute. What's John's answer going to be?
It's going to have to be a good answer to leave Brad a doable out, and he does it with that last bowl there. So it's 120 to 98. Sam with the 98 look here.
Will he, if he gets a chance, will Bradley go the Luke Littler tops? He will not, but it'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be pretty insane to see.
Oh no. Also, to quote, I don't like the double 15 leave, but that's also between them and their thought
that's a
process.
tough round there. So 120 here for Brad. He's going the bull route, 20? Bull 20 bull, or I guess it is open out, so it works. Big triple 20, easy single 10, and they take a 2-0 victory here over Cody, Derek, and Sam, and will advance to the next round. As Cody, Derek, and Sam will drop down to the last chance, I believe.
I would like to kind of credit Nick with the we were absolutely wrong with usually the hold the throw. Valid points over. It's okay. They just wanted to prove you wrong because you said it. They heard you. I'm gonna need you, Armand. I'm gonna need you to do me a favor. I'm gonna need you to get me a Dust Stadium shirt. I want one.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
I would appreciate that. I genuinely do. I would genuinely wear it. It looks legit.
Will do. I actually need to get myself a new one.
Nice.
Unfortunately, it's like I have to schedule myself to go down to the stadium because I still live about an hour away.
I'll say Houston's not tiny.
Yeah, I mean, it takes an hour to get from Houston to Houston.
Is that Ram
Sometimes.
right there?
Yes. Ram is there with his partner, Tommy Blanco.
Nice. Yeah, that is the Ram. I got to chat with him for a few minutes coming back from Vegas. We ended up being at gates next to each other at the airport. And we got to chit chat for a little bit before his plane took off and mine took off.
Awesome.
Nice guy. All right.
And I believe, let me check this bracket real
I feel
quick.
like we're switching back over to Anthony, Ryan, and Ashley. Is it Ashley? Yeah. Ashley again. So that means...
Okay, so last leg decider here. Anthony, Ashley, and Ryan versus Christine. I actually can't read the names. It's a bit cut off. What division was this? 17? No. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's Christine, LaRon, and Teresa versus Anthony, Ashley, and Ryan. Christine, Loran. I'm hoping it's LaRon or Loran. Throwing out of Colorado. Look at that. Yeah, I've not heard a lot of Colorados.
All right. Loran, I believe. I'm assuming that's how we pronounce it, right? Unable
we're
to find
going
any
with.
marks there. Ryan
Lauren.
sitting with
I'm
two
just
marks.
kidding.
Lauren?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Is it really?
It. He doesn't know. He's
Whatever
playing
it
with
is, you just go with it and smile and
Yeah.
wave. And if we're wrong, we're sorry or we're not, depending if you're cool or not.
Yeah.
you. Well, he
What do you
is
say?
cool because it's the cowboy hat for me. So,
And Teresa closing those 20s and marking that 19. So Ashley playing a crucial role earlier in the stream when we watched them play. Looking
Oh, yeah.
for these 19s. But marks the 17 instead on her third. They've got a mark each on the 18s and 17s. Christine here with a mark on the 19s, 0 points to their score.
and she is living in the 3 and waving to us to let us know. And I will get very excited here in a minute when Anthony's turn is over. Hopefully he has a great round, but I am ready for the cowboy hat again. I cannot tell a lie. Looking to take the 19s away. And he does
Got a
on
nice
dart
grab
3.
So down 0 to 39. Moran looking for these 17s, finds 2 marks there.
All right. Ryan with the twins polo on,
Wow.
trips to 17.
They're catching these third dart triples, and it's giving them the much needed boost that they need.
Mm-hmm. Starting to stretch out the lead, starting to calm down, starting to feel a little more confident. Teresa only finding a pair. So now Ashley with options here.
Yeah, Ashley being put in a nice situation by her partners. Really, any darts hit by her are huge for their team as she
Sure.
closes out that 15 there. So it gives them a 3-number advantage and 73 points up. Christine is going to need a big round here. Keep her team in it in this one-leg decider. So no skunk today as she puts in 18 points on the board.
Now, Anthony's job here, no doubt, is to go up there, take care of the 18s. And then he's only got one number left on the board to worry about.
He's going to have to step off and reset himself. And gets that single mark there.
Which will bring Lauren to the board for big trip 16 dart 1. Uh-oh.
Can you get a third? Oh, just short.
Underneath it. Makes this leg a little bit more interesting now.
Right.
Does Ryan go ahead and chase it down? He sure will. Trips to 19 for points, but does not get to 16 when he goes back to close shop. No grab for him there.
Nice third dart catch again.
On that 16, yeah. Showing you that sometimes playing it on the wings can be your friend. I think she's looking at that 19. Yeah.
Yeah. She got that 16 close. Try to give some points there, but unable to hit it. Christine will have to look at these bulls.
And hope for some fallout action.
Right.
Because they got 3 beds to cover, too. So...
Oh, she's going for the closes.
mean,
yep. She goes 17 here. Yes, she does. Those are 3 solid darts to close.
And just to be kind of petty about it, if I were Anthony, I'd go all 3 at the 15.
Right.
But that's me.
Oh, that's
don't worry about that now. Ooh.
And a tough cover dart there, but he fits in the double bull to take the win and advance the next round.
They, like you just said, they will advance, and they don't have an opponent just as of yet. So we're going to kick back over.
All right, we're back at the stadium with Brad, John, and Christy versus Eric, RJ, and Trevor. Brad putting in a mark at the 20 and the 19. Takes a 140 to 95 lead. Eric with 19s available. Big triple 19 to start things off. Has the point lead. Takes a look at the 20, but hits that triple 1. And decides to stick with it.
Interesting choice. Considering a 12-point lead.
And Christy stays up at those 20s. Gives a little cushion for John to follow with.
Big trip 19 to get it started.
Wow.
South Dakota putting up a fight. Single 7 on dart 3. So now, you said John's nickname is Chirp, like bird, like chirp?
Yes.
Nice. Is that because he's a chirper? Is he a professional smack talker?
You know, I'm going to think of it, probably. I actually don't know where the origin of it came from, but...
Okay, fair enough.
I would assume so.
Well, because, in hockey and things like that, your guys who do the most smack talking are often known as your chirpers, so...
And John definitely chirps a lot.
Fair enough.
All in good fun, of course.
Oh, absolutely. Bradley looking to make it hurt.
Big shot there by Bradley. going for the aggressive side in strategy. And it seems to be working, but ever so slightly on points.
Eric here needs to find the 17, needs to find it again.
Wow.
And
Good
does.
answer.
Little reverse thought process on the commentator's curse. Sounds like we talked him into it.
And Christy putting in 2 singles 18s there, just short by 8 points. Curious to see how Trevor will play this.
I think you got to go to the 17 first, showing that, Bradley and company have been playing aggressively. You don't want to give them. I like that play. You don't want to give Chirp or John the easy chance to, single mark or two and then go up and go down and shut you down. You want to make them earn it.
Right.
That and Bradley's been throwing really well, and you saw the trip to trip close to single on the last visit. So it's got to stay out in front. If you're going to stay there, you've committed to it now. Oh, no.
That's tough. So now that leaves an open window for Brad, and Brad is very good at being able to move around the board between darts.
That's good.
But he's got to get those hits first. Only finds the single 18 there. Still trailing by 12. Sure, Eric will look for a close on that 18, go right back to points.
Uh-oh. Don't make a mockery of
Goodness,
this.
I should just stop talking.
Oh,
no.
No. Oh. The wheels on the bus sometimes do not go round and round. Oh,
Big triple.
Christy.
And the triple will be all she gets that round, but does regain the point lead.
It's enough to put the pressure, kick the pressure back over to Trevor. Now Trevor's got to figure some things out here. Of course, Trevor's just like, okay.
Yeah, he's been killing it on these 17s.
Yeah.
So he's able to shut down the 18s and regain a 36-point lead there.
Only a pair of 16s for John. I'm RJ. I'm going to go try to take that 16 away right here, right now. That gives you 2 beds if he can hit this third here. And he does.
Yeah, solid close there. So now, Bradley with his back against the corner. Needs a big round on these 15s. And finds 5, but still trails by 6 points.
But he's making it more manageable. They're still trailing, yes, but it's much more manageable here. And what Eric can't do is waste a bunch of darts. I would abandon the 15. Yeah. You can't waste a bunch of darts on a small lead to where somebody can walk up and flip the board on you. You just can't let it happen. It'll hurt your feelings to a deep level.
And 3 there from Christy Davis for 45 points. Regains the point lead. Trevor being very solid on these 17s thus far. Gonna look back towards it.
You gonna do it to him again?
You're right. I gotta stop. Oh goodness, I gotta stop. Nick, you might have to take over the rest of the time, man.
That's brutal.
This is the last time
brutal.
you guys asked me to do this, probably. We're just bringing down all the averages.
But
the players have
Tom's
the issue
not
with it more
making
than
it
we
hurt.
do. The players,
They're gonna be like that.
Up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, that's our local guy. Look what he's doing to us.
Yeah, definitely not showing my face to any tournaments for a while.
Big trip from John, dart 3. Maybe should have started with that. Put the pressure on RJ. Got to find some action here, bud. Single to make it a 50-point spread, but Brad follows him, and yeah, can button up shot here with
Nothing
he had
to
him
think
flip
about.
flop.
Close it.
Yeah.
He goes for the points.
What I think he was doing with that motion is I think he thought he needed 2 16s and 1 17. I think he had him flip flopped in his mind. But I still don't know why he didn't close.
It's
but
gonna just
they
barely
survive
work
it.
out for him.
They survive it. They squeak by.
Yeah, I'm thinking Christie gets that close and goes right back to pointing. Just like it. See, no curse that time. Trevor's going to try and close these 15s and make it a bull race. He marks one in there. Trevor with a chance to close this one out.
I have a love-hate relationship with that thought process, with it being 72 points. I mean, that's 6 bowls to 3. If it's a 20-point game, maybe talk about it, but 72 is a spread. But they only hit one on the visit, so now RJ here. Can't win it, but he can make it a lot closer. That goes a long way.
Yes, it does.
So 2-2 now. Well, nope, 2-3. Staying corrected on my own math. Oh no!
And Brad, being a very good bull shooter, misses all 3 there. That's very unfortunate and bad timing on his half.
So Eric
with a chance here.
Needs a double single combo. Can't do it now.
But does put a little more pressure. Christie Davis looking for 2 to take the 1-0 lead. And hits the double on the second dart. On to leg number 2 of 701.
Staying cool and calm under pressure.
All right, so Eric starting things off for his team here in 701. And he's able to find 80 points there.
We also now get to test Nick's theory of hold of throw or break of throw on the 0-1 leg.
It ain't a theory, it's math.
Well, you know what? You're 0 for 1, so your math ain't mathin'.
I never said I was good at math. I live in Florida.
Shout out to Florida Community School Systems. So Christie to the board. So she's throwing that
that's
L
tough
style
when
side
that
up.
last one just drops into the 3. 552 showing for RJ. And looks like he's just all around it. Unable to find any bulls, puts in 50 once. John starting with the bull. Make that 2. Can he make it 3? No, drops just short into the 7.
So actually, while I was thinking about it, Nick, I was going to ask you earlier. Do you know approximately how many locations you have streaming setups for PPD?
At least one, no more than 100. No,
Great answer.
there you go. You're
Bob
welcome.
Barker. Bob Barker would be proud.
I
Big hat trick
believe
there. Hi, Eric.
in total, not counting all, some of these are older locations that we don't actually use anymore, but there's in total 48 unique streaming locations, but about 25, 30 of them are in the active rotation. Some of those are also our old camera packages from before COVID, before I ever worked on the show, I should say.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see. It's great because you get opportunities to highlight these different players in different regions, and it's honestly a huge motivating factor for a lot of players on the come up to have a chance to be able to play at their local bar and make a live stream. It's hard to practice the nerves of playing on camera, but doing it through something like this really does help make a difference for some players, and it's really cool to see because it also shows us who could be the next big one on the stream, or it could be familiar faces that we're already used to seeing, like Christy Davis.
Sure.
Right.
So that means to all you local bar owners and players out there, if you do participate in PPD, reach on out to Nick and tell him you need a camera set up in your bar.
Reach on out
ASAP.
to PPD, not to Nick. Nick isn't going to send you nothing.
Get your bar involved today. John just left and just a pinch low. Needs something for an out here. And does
tough
not.
misses there.
And theoretically, 168 is in play because we're open out. But he's going to be satisfied with driving it down, which I support 100% with them not on an out. Does miss the 18 into the 1 to leave the bowl, but still a 2-dart cleanup. Brad looking to drive 199 as low as he can get it.
Just outside into the 7 there. 107 scored. Eric looking at 67. Trevor looking at 67.
17 for bowl, I would imagine, is the way he's going to handle it.
Yep. Oh,
that's
a
unfortunate.
Tough miss.
That
no
is
out left for him.
Genuinely unfortunate. So Chrissy will come to the board, and she'll have 92 and a couple ways to do it. She can go trip 20 for double 16, or she can go bowl and work on leaving the trip 14 there and work off of that. But see what she fancies. Yep. Here's the double.
Nails
Wow.
it. Wow. What a shot. Christy Davis.
Wow.
Securing the advancement for herself, John, and Brad.
I am impressed.
Yeah, great shot.
Clean that up nicely and makes Nick 0 for 2. So
yep,
we are
Florida
just
math not looking so good.
No wonder we had trouble with the election down there a decade ago.
We're going to go ahead and find some new commentators for you guys. So we'll be back in just a moment's time with some better commentary. Nick Teixeira and 2 guys that don't work here anymore. Be right back.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. The Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22 gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18 gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22 gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability.
Brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts. We're here in the one-loss bracket matchup between Anthony, Ashley, Ryan, and Amber, Jim, and Niles.
It's a little hot rematch action from earlier.
This time with the one-loss bracket format, they will be shooting, well, I guess they already completed their cricket game, so now on to the 7-1 match. And as you can
Amber
see,
and company
thanks to
out
Nick,
in front.
Anthony, Ashley, and Ryan, up 1 leg.
Anthony in that first leg did throw a 4.2. So
wow.
pretty sustainable.
Attaboy.
And then both teams in the start of this one game both started with hat tricks. So they're heating up in Division 17 here.
Yep,
Well, you have to think at this point, you have to think at this point, the alcohol might be flowing a little bit. You've settled in, you've had some bar food snacks, you're ready to go.
Yeah, definitely I would say maybe the alcohol helps with the pressure or the nervousness, but too much of it just ruin it all.
Oh, it's definitely a balance. You've got to find that if you're going to be a person who's is drinking on dart days, and you got to find that teeter point, and you got to balance it out. Side note: how have we not mentioned Anthony's sock to shoe game here? He is hashtag America from head to toe. We're here to see if Nick's mathing theory can go what 03, 0 for 4
Hold
I
the
can't
throw.
help that people miss out
on
sometimes.
the hold or throw.
What do you want?
I don't know. A couple of them, one of them wasn't even missed out. It wasn't even. They were barely two out country. But it's okay. We still love you.
Listen,
We're just not going to let you forget it. You are gorgeous. I enjoy your dye hair every chance I get to see you.
Okay, Ryan only putting in 31 there, bringing the score down to 282. Amber looking at 367 to start her turn.
She is tight to it, but not into the bullseye on any of the three darts. Only bringing 33 points. So, Ashley here, starting off with a bull. Ooh, hard flight there to give 14 on the last for 79 on the visit. Leaves it at 203, but they're 100, a low ton plus out in front here. So here's where Jim's got to get on his pony and ride. And that helps. Ooh.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. Sometimes when I hit that, that one, get that one, a dot out of the bowl, I just want to throw that dart in the trash.
I just saw his socks. Those are pretty great.
It's the socks, the shoes. He looks like he's got looks like some Hey Dude action with some high cruise socks. Whoa.
And that's okay. That's a good leave.
I almost like that lead
yeah.
more than I'd have liked it. Yeah. Because he put 44, would have made 50. Would have made 51, I guess. But, The bowl would leave him on and out. And he connects. So with the open out setup, 154 can go. How's he going to handle it? Bowl for trip 15.
Oh, goes for the 15 first.
I like the trip 16 here. Okay.
Wow, that's a big triple 20.
Just
Needs
don't
the
trip
single.
it again.
Got it.
He grabs it.
And Anthony, Ashley, and Ryan will continue to advance in the one loss side of the losers bracket. Nick going 0-3 on his stats.
Getting a little redemption from earlier on the rematch. Nick will send you a get well soon card in the mail.
All right. And where are we now, Nick?
This is going to be a Division 13 third place match that we're taking a look at here. Camden, Jason, and Linder going up against Courtney, Mario, and Rob. This is going to be a look at Q and Feather out of Iowa, if I'm not mistaken here. And then the other team is playing out of Oklahoma.
And what's the format on this one for third place match?
Yeah, so this is the start of the best of three. So the team right now sitting Camden, Jason, and Linder, the team that we're watching locally here, they have to win this best of three. If they do, they move on to the final. If they lose it, it goes to a last chance decider game of cricket. So we're going to be in that Cricket 01 cricket format still for now.
Okay. So Chase and Camden, and is it Linder or Leander?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm going to go with Leander.
Me too.
Just makes it make sense. Sort of.
Reminds me of Homelander, so that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. All right, Jason closing out that 19 has a 126 to 79 point lead now. Make it 144 with two single 18s and a 19 there. Rob Barden will have to look into the 17s. And he seems to be just outside that wedge. And he fit in a triple here. No, he goes up to the 18 for a single mark.
All right. Leander here. Leander Sonsosi is what I'm going to guess his full name is, just because I wanted to try it. I'm a fan. Got guys with awesome names like that, and then you got guys named like me with 3 first names. That's no fun.
And solid 3 17s by Mario.
Camden can come up here, repair them, close 17s. That is an interesting little hitch in that giddy up. Drops it down and back. Huh. Right. Finds a single, but not enough to close the wedge. So, Courtney, with a chance here to tighten it up and even take a 3-point lead with the double on the last dart.
Big triple 18, yeah. Ooh, little flyaway into the triple 20. But closes that 17 on his third dart, giving his team a further advantage. But Rob looking to load up these 16s here. Manages 5. All right.
The end of there.
Yeah.
Pair of 18s. I'm a little intrigued. Mario to the board.
Oh, that's tough. That is a crucial round where you need to point, and he's unable to find any there. Camden with the chance to possibly close out that 16. He is looking at it. Got 2 marks, needs 1 more to close it, and falls short into the 7. So
Flighted hard down into that S7. Yeah.
Yeah, so Courtney now
100%.
gonna stick to those 16s. Looking for a big triple here.
These are those moments when those nerves are kicking in a little bit, pressure's kicking in a little bit. You're a little angsty around the edges. Takes care of the 16 in 1 dart.
Wow, and closes the 15 on the 3rd. So giving themselves a 3-number advantage here. Sorry, 2-number.
Yep, just a 2. Close 16s, but 2 wedge advantage and the point lead here in leg 1. Leander now. 3 bowls will end it.
1 more to do it, and he does it with a hat trick and taking a 1-0 lead heading
That
into the
kid's
7-1 game.
That kid's as cool as the other side of the pillow.
That's a
He
good
didn't
one.
think twice. He didn't think twice about that.
I do want to give you guys an update here. While we are going to stay on this one for the rest of this leg, the Division 1 finals just got queued up here, so the teams are logging in. It'll be a rematch of the King Seat match, so we will be cutting to that once they get going. So just a heads up, if you're supporting your friends here in Iowa or in Oklahoma, do apologize, but we will have to switch over since it's a 3rd place match versus a finals once this leg concludes.
All right, so Leander starting off with 65 points, bringing it down to 636. And Mario starting off with 620. Only putting in 56 there. So Camden with 636. Gonna look to bring back his team. And
He's on it.
struggles to find the bull, though. All around
On
it.
it. Yeah, on it, but not in it. And Courtney hops up and jumps straight into the pool. No holding back here. Finds himself $120 to almost find himself up 2 bills. And Jason and company only finding 12. That's a tough round right there. But Rob kind of bounces the ball right back with 29. Leander needs to find that hat trick he found at the end of that cricket leg.
But the low ton will do, bringing it just a bit closer. 488 to 415.
73-point doo-wop. Well, I'll tell you right now, Courtney is the sole survivor over on that other team right now, holding them afloat.
Yeah, that low ton by Courtney definitely gave that nice space, but Camden bringing it right back for a 9-point game.
Now officially have ourselves a leg. Unless we can see what Courtney has to say about it. I'm sure she would love to find a bull dart 3 and does not.
Okay, so Jason with the chance to take a lead here.
Couple decent darts.
Does it with the first dart. Doubles it. And falls just outside of a hat trick into the 16. 116 scored.
Crazy little dart roll right there on that third dart, rolling off the dart to bullseye.
And Rob saying, forget the bulls, let's go back up to the 20s. 100 scored there. Takes back the point lead. And that's
Leander
just all
finds
around it too.
one. Yeah, he's there. A lot of darts really tight to the bowl. Just a huge difference between being just outside or hopping the fence and finding the middle. So Camden with a golden opportunity here to not only get his team to an out first, but to really truly drive the score here. Might want to consider a switch. Does not, and leaves them on a bogey. So Courtney just needs a bowl, but doesn't connect. So right now we're kind of passing the rubber ball back and forth here. You take the leg, no, you take the leg.
Did you guys pay Courtney, Mario, and Rob to make me look like I was going to be wrong for a 4th time straight?
100%.
Definitely.
I Venmo'd him right beforehand.
Big hat trick there by Jason, leaving 13.
And a 13 and an open out setup is kind of ideal because you can go miss 4 high or 6 low. But making it interesting is Rob, because he heard what Nick said.
And Leander take this. Oh, double 4 leaves 5. And he just barely gets it in. Look at that. Right on the wire.
Squirrely.
All right. So Camden, Jason, and Leander take a 2-0 win and will advance
to the finals.
Shoo!
So it looks like they're not quite ready for Division One. You can see Mike Redmond here warming up, getting his last few darts in here. So really, guys, what's going to happen here for those watching along, we're going to get the Division One finals and then a couple more finals like that. So we're going to have a long stretch of lots of darts here. We're going to take a quick second to do one more ad break here for our sponsors at A to Z Darts, and we'll be back in just a moment. What do you guys say?
Sounds great.
Sounds good.
All righty. We'll be right back in a moment, guys.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the target arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy, was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, L-I-T-E, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. The Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Running a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
All right, welcome back to All-Star Trips, brought to you by PPD. We are watching the Division I finals between Jamie, Mike, and Nate versus Brandon, Jim, and Mark. Jamie, Mike, and Nate are sitting as the home and king seat team. They will only need to win one match, I believe, whereas Brandon, Jim, and Mark would have to try and triple dip for the victory. And it looks like they are doing the countdown. Diddle.
Yep.
And just to reiterate for the people that were here earlier, unfortunately, the King Seat team was advanced early. They did not actually win it out there. The team from King Seat, I should say, the McDowell-led team there. And it turns out they were actually still playing, and they ended up losing in that third place match there. So fortunately, the King Seat bar will not be in the finals for here, but this is a different Florida team that we are looking at.
You got Floridians everywhere. What can we say? Alrighty, so a little king seat action. Instead of a double dip for the chip, like Armand said, you will need to go all the way to the triple dip action. Not once, not twice, but you got to go for the three-peat if you want that first place title. So we're off and running. Mark and company going again. Brandon, Jim, and Mark taking on Jamie, Mike, and Nate. And I have a feeling this is gonna be just a good old-fashioned slobber knocker. That's just where I'm at.
What was that again?
Just a good old-fashioned slobber knocker, a barn burner, a whole bunch of shenanigans, a hootenanny. I got more. All right, Mr. Jim Nolte to the board, as I've got Nick probably back there rolling around on the floor giggling to himself.
Oh, I muted your guys' mics like an hour ago.
Sweet. Perfect.
And look at that. Jim is just tearing it apart. Triple 19, triple 17, and a single 15. Gives them a 2-number advantage, plus 80 points. Mike Redmond looking for these 18s. And only
So we
able
haven't
to
had
find one.
So we haven't gotten to see Brandon, Jim, and Mark yet, but we have seen Jamie, Mike, and Nate today. And the one thing I think we can agree on is Jamie, Mike, and Nate are really, really talented. But Jamie, Mike, and Nate seem to struggle when the other team comes out and puts that genuine, intense pressure and puts that foot forward, and which is what I kind of think we're seeing in this leg right now, kicking it off right here.
Yeah, we've seen them play a few matches, and it seems like their starts are what they're struggling with. The first player starts.
Sure.
They tend to fall back behind and will be down several marks or, at this point, several numbers. And Brandon, Jim, and Mark are just doing what we've seen a lot of teams do today is, get that big start. The other team doesn't follow, and then you're just going around the board at this point.
Yeah, I think it's just an effort to knock the other team back on their heels. You get them kind of on the defensive. They're kind of on the retreat a little bit, and then you just sit there and you work the board. You do what you know you can do. You don't have to go just unbelievably full tilt. It doesn't have to be 9 mark after 9 mark, although we're seeing plenty of 5s, 6s, and 7s here. But you just continue to apply that pressure, and you just slowly kind of, quote unquote, choke the other team out, so to speak. As Mike looking for the hat and connects.
Good shot.
But down 98-47, and Brandon Asado only needs a bull and connects dart 1. So
I'd say that was the quickest leg we've seen so far today.
Yeah, definitely one of the fastest legs
6.5s.
we've seen.
A lot of good averages there.
So like I said, with Jamie and company, either they need to come out of the gate storming and steaming, or they may risk finding themselves looking at the backside of some action here. Jamie looking to his left like there might have been a bit of a distraction over there.
And instantly recovers with a triple on the second dart, but just outside into the 5 on his third. And, that it goes back to what we said, that's a solid 3 mark for a start. But when you're playing Division 1, that can easily hurt you.
Yep.
But it doesn't hurt too bad as Mark puts in 4 marks into that 19. So Mike will do everything he can to give himself and his team a nice cushion here. But he's got to hit something.
Mike's kind of been the one that's been a little bit of a renegade with the shots today, too. He's been the one that seems to be wanting to pull the aggressive shot trigger when necessary.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not connecting with anything there, so he can't really do anything. But he's been the one that's taken the more of the quote-unquote hero shots out of the 3 of them. So.
And Jim not wasting any time there, closes out that 20, already puts a mark onto the 18. So Nate not really much options. He's got to open up something. Goes for the 18, has 4, and closes with 4. So now it's a 1-point game.
And I think right here,
Wow.
aggressive double
Yeah.
from Brandon. Gets the job done, enhances the lead slightly, gets the close accomplished, does miss dart 3.
Yeah, that second dart
those
switch
look awkward.
is just a big show of confidence in his darts right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knowing that you, and that's also playing at this level in this division. These guys know that if it's less than a trip or they're up, they have the confidence to go get that close and come back even with a dart in hand,
Right.
just to make sure they get the job done. And Mark McLaughlin there just getting 3 single 17s, taking the wedge away, giving them 2 beds. And Mike Redmond's now staring at 16s, which he trip start 1. And there's
Ooh, wow.
that aggressive angle I was talking about. It's been Mike all day for them, who's pulled shots like that out. Down in points, not down a lot, only down 20, but now putting tons of pressure on Jim.
Yeah, it puts Jim in a weird position. You either go for that 16 or you open up that 15.
Which he's technically done both.
He opted for the 15, tried to close that 16.
I don't know if I'd have stayed.
Yeah, I think once you single that 16, you go right back to that 15 because Nate has the chance to steal it away.
Yeah, he can flip the board.
And I like that he stayed on that 16. He missed, but
100%.
I mean, it's a better outcome for him.
Brandon was only finding 1. That might come back to haunt him just a little bit here with Jamie at the board going close first.
And that's a huge triple 16 there on the switch. That gives them plenty of space. Both teams got 2 marks on their opposing numbers.
Makes it a 5 mark to catch up.
See what Mark can give us.
Yeah, has to find a trip.
Ooh, and it's a 1-point difference.
Yeah, it's a 1-point game.
Now it's, I mean, you can close the 16 and you force a bowl race at that point.
4-3, but then at the same time, a trip here doesn't survive a trip on the 16, so it's kind of danged if you do, danged if you don't. Yeah,
and a triple 2 doesn't help. So trailing by 1 point still. Mike has a chance to boost his team here.
16 first or 15 first? I figure 15 first. Get rid of it. Uh-oh.
There you go. All right.
So only a 17-point lead.
Yeah, you'd need 2 double bulls and a 16 close.
Yep. I like that.
Yeah.
I would want for the bull and the comeback dart, but I like the 16 on dart too. So now it's 3-3. And no blood drawn for Nate.
So Brandon here with the chance needs a hat trick.
Has to have a double. Only gets 2 singles. So it's 3-1. Jamie to the board needs the 3. Can he save the team?
Oh,
Cannot do it.
Oh, no.
Does not even get 1.
So to win the first dip, Mark will need 1 bull. And he gets it in the second. start. So now we will go into the first loss format for Jamie, Mike, and Nate, I believe.
That is correct. Yeah. So we're going to be going to that one loss format now. So just for those of you guys that maybe have not watched one of these streams before and stuff like that, nice and easy to follow along with our finals. It goes with the number of losses. So the team with the least amount of losses right now currently is still Jamie, Mike, and Nate, but they do have that one loss, so they're going to go to that one loss format. If they lose again, it goes to a last chance decider here. So we're going to get a best of three, potentially a best of three plus one more leg.
And that's really tough to see. Jamie, Mike, and Nate kind of just throwing away that game. They had the control, had the opportunity. I think it was like 3 looks at the Bulls, and they really struggled on even hitting one.
Well, especially riding off of the fact that Mike reached out there with the aggressive nature when they were down, 18 points or whatever it was, and going with closes and being hyper aggressive. It really set the tone for them to win the leg. And then they just went dry on the Bull. And I mean, Brandon, Jim, and Mark didn't run 3 off right away. So, like you said, they had several looks at it. And, boy, that's a sting. You saw the shake of the head from Mike when Mark hit that last bowl. And you saw Mike kind of just shake his head like, yeah, what happened? Because they had it.
Yeah, and you got to wonder if fatigue is playing a part for this team of Jamie, Mike, and Nate. Going on just about 4 hours of play time, and they've gone through the entire bracket.
I mean, part of me wants to ride with that and say maybe a little, but at the same time, these are seasoned players who have played more than a single. They've played their share of tournaments,
right.
And how some of the soft trip tournaments go. If you told them it was a 4-hour tournament, they'd be happy when they're used to some tournaments that can run 12, 13 hours, and just be insane. So, I mean, maybe a little fatigue, maybe I'll credit it to it, but at the same time, like I said, these guys are used to going the haul. They're used to going the distance. So, Jamie and company winning the countdown. So they will get the start in this best of 3 of Cricket 01 and potentially Cricket. But losing that way in that first set to Jim, Brandon, and Mark kind of worries me a little bit for Jamie and Mike and Nate, because the thing is we've seen them really hot and we've seen them really cold.
Yeah, and it feels like those first 2 games, they were just really cold. None of them could really match their what's the word I'm looking for?
They weren't matching intensity.
Yes.
They weren't answering up to what Jim, Brandon, and Mark were doing.
Yes.
They were just. It was very lackadaisical. Yeah.
Mark's got 2 triple 19s.
You can take a look at it. I don't mind that on the defensive side.
Yeah, and I mean, you're seeing them struggling. So if you're hitting big, take advantage of it.
Hit big. But I just think that, and I think what we're seeing right now is a frustrated Mike. I think Mike's frustrated. I think he saw how they lost that last leg and how he doesn't think they should have. Mm-hmm. And it's reflecting in the darts. And what you got to do is you got to take a big, deep breath and say, all right, we got to figure out how to fix this. Or else the triple dip, I mean, it's in play. We're a third of the way there. And, Jim, Brandon, and Mark are out in front in this leg. Obviously, this leg just started, but they're already out in front. So don't rock too far back on your heels, or you're going to find yourself in another last leg decider like they did when we watched them almost lose, coming back, being up 3-0 earlier today.
All right, Nate, looking at these 18s, closes them in 3. Still trailing 37 points. Up next is Brandon. He's going to go straight to those 18s, switches it back to the 19s, finds it into the triple on his 3rd.
And I think what you'll see with Brandon is he'll be aggressive, but he'll be smart enough to know, hey, I missed that first start. Yeah, he missed the 19 on the switch, but he's like, I think he sees that he wants to keep them far. They're the ones with the back to the wall, so he wants to keep them far enough out in front to where it's not going to be, the potential for damage on them is minimalized.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's funny you say they've got their backs against the wall, but they're in complete control of this matchup so far.
Right. But I think what they're doing is playing like they have the back to the wall,
Right,
because
exactly.
they have less. They can lose faster than Mike, Jamie, and Nate can. So they're going to play like this is the last 3 darts they're going to throw, in hopes to continue to keep Jamie, Mike, and Nate on their heels, which is what we watched that team earlier today do when they pushed them all the way to the last leg decider. They put them on their heels and kept them there. And it seems like when guys like Jim here are relaxed and comfortable, he doesn't look like he's got a worry in the world. He's throwing his 3 darts and he's moving on. And he's hitting. Is he hitting really, really well? And not really well. Is he hitting enough to close and move on? 100%.
Yeah.
So there's just no pressure. And when you give guys that are talented darters, like any of these 6 guys are, an opportunity to throw with no pressure, they're going to throw better. Nate hits the trip to close, but it's only a single dart behind him for Brandon to shut it down. And it's gone, just like that.
And they are just not letting up at all. Closes that 15 with the triple and marks the bull, forcing Jamie to shoot at the bulls himself, which we saw in the last leg or last match. The whole team kind of struggled on it, so this could be a cleanup job for Mark here. 2 bulls needed. And he gets it. So
2
they
darts.
take a 1-0 lead in the second dip. So on to 701.
Where we've never seen a break a throw in 701. I'm so excited. It's definitely never happened before.
Never in the game of darts. We want to wager out on this one here, Nick, because we know where your odds have stood for today.
I'm not gonna bet against my Florida team. Like, there's no chance.
I'm not.
There's a lose-lose. Either I'm proven wrong or Florida loses. I don't win there, Ryan. All right, let's just keep it honest.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. It's a good answer. Good political.
Take some side bets, but you both are taking the same side of the bet. I hate it here.
That's a good HR answer there, Nick. Way to keep it political.
Hey, I'm pretty good at my HR answers. I'm the most serious person to work with.
That's fair. I will take that. I'll take that every day. All right, Jamie kicking off. We are open in, open out, full bull 701.
All right, finds a 113 round there. Maybe
I would
warming up
expect
the bulls.
I would expect this 701 leg to go by pretty quickly. If I was a betting man, I'd say regardless of who wins or loses, it's going to go by pretty quick.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice hat trick start.
I think we're in for a 3-minute leg here. Mikey boy
under.
getting it done. Under 3 minutes? That's fair.
Nice hat trick response by Mike Redmond there.
Mr. Nolte. This is nutty.
Oh,
breaks the string. Owes everybody a beverage. All right, Nate. We've never had the pleasure of meeting, but I'll be honest with you. Out of the 3 of your teammates, you're the one that's got to rebound here. Get the dance move going. I like the attitude, but they need you here. That is a great answer. That is a delightful answer out of Nate. Keeps them out in front.
Oh man, but
Si-
Brandon says
Hold my.
I'm not going to let you get
beverage.
too far ahead.
So, in theory, though, the funny thing is I didn't realize a kick out of Brandon at all when he played cricket, and then he kicks all 3 of those darts. So, interesting thought process. Jamie with this great answer. Everybody's on a low ton or better so far. This is just. Uh-oh. We're going to see our first blink. Don't worry about getting to the out. Don't do that to yourself. It's so much cooler until you miss, and then it's not. And then you're really mad because they're going to be on an out after the next round. Wanted the 180.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that. Because either way
I'm
you
not.
look at it,
The bowl-
neither team would have the outlook. Unless,
The thing
you know,
is
did hit a big mark there. Oh,
he would be. He'd still. What doesn't change is 181. It'd still be on 100 right now, but 181 is closer than 214. And I know that's dropping a really obvious suggestion, but
yeah.
I'm just saying the 17 hurt you more than it helped you. All you can do now is apply pressure, which a hat trick is amazing. It's fantastic, but you're sitting on 64, and now Nate's just got to be the hero here. He's got to clean this 100 up because 64 is going to go. And also, Nick, we're over 3 minutes.
Uh-oh. 16. Doesn't get it. So Brandon with a 64 out.
14 bowl. Don't do anything else. 14 bowl.
All right,
what are you
double
doing?
Dip steal. And we are going the distance.
Okay, that's that.
0-5,
Okay.
Nick. 0-5.
It's okay. At least Ryan's head exploded at the shot selection there. I feel a little better now.
Like that's Brandon Asado that just went bowl first.
I mean, he's more confident. No, don't get me wrong. You're absolutely right. You can normally consider doing the single to bull switch there. That being said, I mean, you're Brandon Asado, even if he is throwing at a lower average than what he used to, still top tier shot. Also 14, unless you go double or trip, you can't bust. So that's probably the logic. I do agree with you though, Ryan. At the end of the day, you should just go ahead and have the guaranteed dart of bull, and you can play around with fallouts there from the bull as well.
That broke me a little bit. All right, well, so another round of countdown, correct?
Yes.
All righty.
I believe the last game is cricket.
One leg of cricket.
Yes.
Sudden death. And that is not a lot.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
I was getting ready to say we'd seen Jamie have success in the countdown corks, but
that's tough because you really don't want Mark, Jim, and Brandon starting this final sudden death leg because they have just been on absolute fire. 4 straight legs of winning, heading into their 5th for the triple dip, and it's looking quite promising.
There should be a special trophy for triple dip wins, like a triple decker deli club sandwich or something. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Now I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. All right. Brandon, Jim, and Mark kicking it off. And what Mark needs to do here is just come out gangbusters and go big. Put them on their heels from dart 1.
Oops.
Or not. Maybe. Pretty please.
That's a big grab
Big
there.
third. That's a huge third.
Big grab.
Could not have done realistically anything at a close or less from there could be catastrophic. Those crossing swords on that 19, and he flighted it. Those things were crossed over bad. That's a tough break for Jamie.
Very tough. We saw him play earlier, and he was just lights out. But
Right.
it seems like all three of them have been struggling since then. And I think the last time we saw them was in that king seat match.
Right, where they were ridiculously hot the first 3 legs,
Yes.
shredded the board, and then got put on their heels all the way until the last leg decider, where they came alive again like they did the first 3 legs, and then they were just nuts.
Mike looking for these 17s, another 2-mark round for this team.
But what I'm finding curious about that, and I know Mike is seen to show favor to the 17, but he was chasing the 1 mark that Jim had left the round before. So it was only a 2-mark close for Brandon, despite the fact that he tripped it out the gate, which just intrigues me a little bit. And 18 technically being a higher ground, even though it is only 3 more points per trip. But, potato, potato.
Nice triple 18
Especially
there.
with Nate doing
They are
that.
on the board with 18 points.
What happened to that last start? It didn't register anything. To fly away from him a little bit there?
I guess so.
Yeah, because it didn't register a thing.
Mark's going to go straight for this
Clean
closeout.
up shop.
And
Yeah.
opts for the points, yeah.
Yeah,
Mark
that's
right
a
there.
smart dart.
No need to throw on the entire different side of the board there. Just do the easy transition.
Plus, let's be really honest. If you're Mark right now, what are you thinking to yourself? And I don't mean this personally, Jamie, when I say this, if you listen back, Jamie's been a 2-mark or less per round. So 20 more points is better for them right now. And then Jamie walks up and unfortunately blanks, which puts Jim in the driver's seat here. Like, Jim just needs to plug away, and the trip hurts even more. Yeah.
That is a nail in the coffin, if you ask me.
No, 100%. You're 4 wedges down with 1 number and bowls left. So that's a lot of, and I'm sorry, but even just the body language with Mike throwing right now.
Yeah.
Just kind of looks like he's kind of not in it. Like, I want him in it, because when they threw earlier and they were on frickin' fire, it was a show.
And look at that.
And then Brandon.
They are 1 bowl away from a triple dip victory in the Division I finals.
So can Nate be like Enrique Iglesias and be somebody's hero here? But unfortunately, no, does not find a bowl. So,
wow.
Mark McLaughlin, 1 bowl, 1 time, triple dip accomplished.
Yeah, congratulations to Brandon, Jim, and Mark for that amazing run there to win.
Coming out.
Nick, you said they lost somewhere in the losers bracket as well, right?
Say that again.
Brandon, Mark, and Jim had lost in the losers bracket as well.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, they had a loss, I believe, actually in the 3rd place match. They were sitting in position there with only 1 loss, lost the first best of 3, and then won the last chance leg. So that's how they got to that situation here. And then to go and play perfect in the finals. And you have to feel for Jamie a little bit. Yeah. You can tell he was a far cry from the game of what he was expecting from himself. And you can see he's immediately back at the board throwing practice games. He is not happy with that. And he is a very capable player, but sometimes it's just not your day. Sometimes other factors just kind of weigh into it. You can't have a long memory in darts. That's really just the way you have to approach it.
Yeah, I agree.
And now the one thing you also cannot do to yourself is sit there and beat yourself up on the board after. That's not gonna amnesia, short-term memory loss is your friend when it comes to that. So Jordan, Tim, Teresa, Barry, Robert, and Shannon.
Yes.
Action.
So to give you guys context of where we're at in this one so far, They just completed the first part of the dip here for Barry, Robert, and Shannon. Did win that first set, 2 games straight there. I don't know if the team that we're watching here from Trick Shots over here in Orlando, if they have 1 or 2 losses currently. It's just unfortunately kind of hard to tell so far with how CompuSport is set up. But in either case, the Seat team does have 1 loss now, so we're going to be in that Cricket 01 Cricket format.
Wait, is this all in-house? No.
No.
Yes.
This is no. The other team there,
Jordan,
okay. Tim and Teresa is from Missouri. So that's going to be Jordan Meyer, the Laughing Assassin, his longtime partner Tim Orff, and Teresa Maxwell, which I'm not as familiar with, but I know does play out that South 94 Bistro quite a lot.
Gotcha. I'm with you now.
It seems like CompuSport has already marked the winner. I think they
have technically
advanced it.
Yeah, I think they advanced it by mistake, and then they were undoing it because that first set win. Because I saw them talking on the phone there for a little bit, so I think they realized what happened, and now they're continuing to play. They just haven't updated the CompuSport side of things.
Gotcha. All right. So nothing found there by Robert and company, but Jordan Meyer puts in a big 7 mark round into the 20s, getting 80 points. And Barry finding
19 dart too.
triple 19 there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the same bar that Danny Baggish played CSC finals from?
Yeah, he played the CSC finals out of here, and he played the WCS with Chrissy Grimmel out of there as well. So, yeah, this is Trick Shots. This is over in Orlando, Florida. So this is one of 3 locations they have in the Central Florida region. It's also where I played Dart League out of, and where my dad had his birthday blind draw last night.
Oh, awesome.
I did win that.
Is he still
by the
there?
way, just saying.
Just saying. Subtle
my-
toot of his own horn.
My dad was going to play trips out there today, but one of the boards there, unfortunately, the internal camera inside the board was not working, which is prohibiting. You cannot play the trips without your cameras working, so they had to relocate to a different location. So, fortunately, they kicked out my dad from his own birthday bar.
Oh, goodness.
Wah, wah, wah.
I don't think he actually got kicked. I think he offered, probably. Hopefully. Dad?
Okay, Robert trailing 57 to 80, looking for the 18s here, and finds the triple on his 3rd dart, brings it within 5 points.
So we did say that Barry, Robert, and Shannon won the first set. Is that what we're running with here? Okay, perfect. 2 straight. Jordan Meyer not playing around. Little 6-pack action. Was it just me, or is that camera moving a lot a bit?
So the camera at Trick Shots there for the board itself is mounted on a pole to the ceiling. And there's a bass speaker right there, so it's really fun.
That's what I was thinking.
You can get you can sometimes tell what songs they're playing based off the vibrations. It's like a fun game of guessing what the heck is going on there. This bar is
Am
massive.
I quicker than Shazam? Oh man, that's fantastic. I'm gonna put it on my bucket list to stop and see it.
Yeah, this bar is very huge. Yeah, so you got all the side pool tables over there. Dart players have their own closed off area, and then they have even more
that's a
down there.
lot of pool tables.
Yeah, it's Trick Shots is definitely a pool bar with a side of darts. But the dart players prefer it because they just get their own little area. You don't mess with the pool players, and they don't mess with you, and vice versa.
That's kind of like how the stadium is. All 10 of their boards are on a stage, secluded from the rest of the bar.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really want to check out the stadium. There's like a couple of premier dart bars, and I feel like the stadium is absolutely one of them. Bullshooters in Arizona is absolutely one of them. And you have these like de
100%.
facto like almost like soft tip or steel tip too, depending on which bar of like these are the defended places you have to go, and those are some on the list. Trick Shots here is just one of those a local favorite, I should say.
Right.
And what's the other one that's a big favorite right down there by you, Nick? Or isn't there another one?
Well, there's a couple of big bars, but there used to be Skybox. Skybox does not exist anymore, though. Skybox was famously where Kenny Doyle won season 1 of the CSE. They sold the business. It was
okay.
They were ready to retire and move on to greener pastures. So nothing bad there, but yeah, no.
Nothing bad, just changing of hands. Got it.
And Skybox is one of those places where they were also debating about relocating it to, but it just didn't come out in the cards there. And I honestly liked going to Skybox quite a lot, especially because you just never knew who was going to show up there just because of where it happens to be located in Kissimmee, Florida. And then you also have the King Seat Bar down in Hollanday, Florida as well, which is a huge bar. Of course, we just saw McDowell's team and Ramon George earlier play out of there. So you have a couple of big ones in Florida. Just they're all spread out an hour or two from each other.
Gotcha. Good stuff.
All right. Tresa up 180 to 168. 20's open to their advantage. It looks like she's trying to take out this 15. And tries to get it back up to the 20, just outside into the 5. So Robert going to bring back his team on these 15s. And a big triple 20. I think that looked like a last second decision by him.
I'm going to agree 100% because it still looked like his eyes were still looking down at the 15.
They shifted up at the end.
Where all of a sudden the hand just went up. Like he's like, you know what? I'm going to go for it. Double bowl's huge. Ooh. Touching flights. Squeezes it and grabs it. Barry Davis.
Okay, so this is heading into 701. I mean, can you imagine the possibility of seeing 2 back-to-back triple dips?
Can you imagine the possibility of seeing a 701 without a break a throw?
Hey, that's the first one we're looking for.
Hey. I will say that when I did this with Nick a handful of months ago, we had 2 triple dips.
Oh, awesome.
We did. So, could we? 100%.
Your memory is way better than mine. I don't even remember the last thing I commentated. Like the last match.
So
who was in it?
One of the 2 triple dips was when the team out of Indy got triple dipped. It was James Edwards and Chatterbox. I'm drawing a blank on his name. Don Kirby and his wife. They got triple dipped. I just remember that. And then the other one was an Iowa team and a Wisconsin team. I remember that much.
Still remember way more than I ever could, Ryan. I'm impressed. Color me impressed.
Oh, well, it's the little things. They must have gone to something from Ludacris because that bass box is a bouncing.
All right, Gary Davis here. Finding
Pushing
a double
off to wants to make sure Nick can't be right today.
Nice.
Keeping
112 there.
Somebody should seriously look up the touch tunes and see what's playing there. Attaboy. I knew I could count on you, Nick.
All right, Jordan Meyer back up to the line, 426, showing, looking to get that space
It is
from
Say
the other
Something
team.
Justin Timberlake, by the way, featuring Chris Stapleton. You were well off with Ludacris.
I was close. Chris Stapleton, Ludacris, same thing.
That's a good song.
It is. All right, 127 points. Make that 77 points. Make that 17. Or 27, I can't count. Haha. Why would you do that to yourself, sir? Sir. You're in the 300s. That 19 doesn't make any difference for you right now. Stay on that bull. The bull puts you ahead. I have to call him and talk to him about his car's extended warranty when we're done.
All right, Tim putting in 74. Barely hanging on to this lead. Barry Davis looking
to make that evaporate real quick. He's on it. Just over top, but 1 point.
Yep.
1 point differential against the throw. And also to quote Nick from earlier, it's in the divisions. Once you get away from division 1, 2, and 3, he said that you start to see fluctuation where it's not been at all.
Don't give. Listen. You calm it down over there. All right. Listen, I can't help that Shannon's over here, rolled up sleeve, Miss Boston accent herself, trying to get all serious on the dartboard.
She's about to fight somebody. Her face says, "I'm going to punch you."
Very intense
in the throat.
stare.
And I'm here for it.
She's like that in real life too.
Fair enough. Man, we're going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned barn burner here. They are on and out, ladies and gentlemen, with the throw. Now, Robert, your job here is to put as much pressure on this 133 as humanly possible. Stay there. Don't rewrite the wheel here. He's looking down.
You just want to get the 3 out of the way.
Fair enough. That ain't it, but I'll let you say it. Trip 17 for 32. Or trip 11.
Oh.
Ooh. I'm going to imagine that was right in that little corner pocket just outside of it.
All right, Barry Davis. For us to go 0-6 on the math.
Come on, big boy.
And he gets it.
Thank you. Thank you, 5 pound, 8 ounce sweet baby Jesus.
Great closeout there. And they are heading into the triple dip format. Final sudden death game of cricket.
Oh, man.
Okay, you guys have to admit, as fellow dart professionals, you would never predict 6 breaks a throw. I'm just
okay. First off, sir,
I will say that is kind of wild.
Sir, first off, sir.
Yes. Please,
thank you, and it's very wild of you to say I'm a dart professional at anything. Thank you for that. Second, you're 100% right. It's just the audacity of you to say it, then to not have it happen a single time the whole day.
Yeah, I know that it is kind of funny how that works out. But hey, you know what? That's the way the cookie crumbles. And honestly, 2 of the 6 times was for Florida team's benefit, so I'm really not mad about it. But
talk about.
I will say it looks like the team of Barry, Robert, Shannon only had the 1 loss. They didn't get a second loss in that 3rd place match, so it is actually going to be another full best of 3 into a last leg decider here. So this has been quite the bout so far. I mean, now the King Seat team went from having no losses to being on match point, or being 1 best of 3 away from losing. Barry, Robert, and Shannon now have the benefit. Now they have to lose twice.
Wow. That's a long match if it gets to that point.
Sorry about that. I was muted. I had to cough. That's why. But yeah, everybody, thanks for tuning in today and witnessing Nick's ultimate commentator's curse, where he said you could not break the throw in an 0-1 leg.
I didn't say you could not. All right, can we not like rewrite history here?
It was what was the words you said? Statistically proven.
Statistically speaking, and
Statistically
proven that
likely-
staying on throw in an 0-1 leg was the high probability, and you were at 0, kind sir.
I'm not saying, you know, they say commentary is more of an art than a science, and I'm the case study on that one because I'm all art, definitely no science.
Whoa.
Well,
So Armand, you played in a couple of these tournaments before. I mean, what was your experience like playing in these trips events?
Oh man, they were stressful. That's for sure. Especially, so I always had problems where I'd start off the tournament really good and then just gradually fall off towards the end. So that's a lot of my experience there.
Yeah,
Just,
they're tough.
yeah, shortcomings here and there, mostly all the time.
It's also just, I mean, it's tough though, right? When you're looking at best of 3 formats for the most part, other than the King Seat match or best of 1 formats in the last chance. I mean, you have to have a lot going right for your team, and it's a keyword team there too, because it requires all 3 players to be in some kind of run.
Oh, yeah.
One person cannot carry that team alone for more than a couple games at a time, right? And even then, maybe not even that. It's so tough to get a team firing on all cylinders for an event like this.
Oh yeah, and honestly, for me, I dislike playing trips, and mostly because it's a pace factor, right? You're having to not only wait for, you're waiting like 3 turns before you shoot, maybe even more, right? If you're putting it in both teams' perspective.
There's 5 players that shoot after you, right? So you have a long
yeah, you're
set in
every
between.
5.
Yeah, and then when you're waiting for the brackets to catch up with where you are in the game, right? You end up waiting a long time, or you're playing a lot because you drop into the losers, and then you're just constantly playing, right?
Mhm.
So I dislike it because the pacing is weird, and then on top of that, it's just like a lot of cooldown time as well. For some people, it's not too big of a deal, but I'm more of a I gotta be going up every once in a while to stay warm or consistent.
And I'll wholeheartedly agree that it's definitely harder because it is a complete rhythm breaking format, but there's also like the other benefits for me. Whenever like, oh wow, Jordan Meyer just goes up with a white horse.
Give him a pony, kiddo.
That's awesome.
That is phenomenal. For me, it was like especially when I was like first getting into playing and stuff like that, it was really cool to play with all these different types of players at different levels. I think that's really, it's really good for that reason. If you want to try playing with different partners to see who you gel with, if you want to try playing with being a low guy in a big team and trying to play in a high division to see what that's like, or play with 3 low people so you can get in the lowest division, see what that's like. That's the part of trips I like, but you're absolutely right. As far as like individual play, it is so frustrating sometimes because it's hard to catch a rhythm when you're having 15 darts thrown in between every time you get a chance to throw. It can be frustrating for sure, especially because it's not like you can just go off and practice somewhere very easily either.
Yeah, and also especially with the mix of levels that you can play with, as far as your teams, you're not just like playing for yourself, you're playing for 2 other people as well. And then if you start doing that, mentality of you're letting your teammates down starts kicking in, and that's just extra pressure at it. So compared to when you're playing singles, you only got to worry about yourself. It's no big deal. Or doubles, you got one partner, but and now you've got two other people you want to make sure you're pulling your weight so you don't let them down, right? So it's just another added pressure. So yeah, trips isn't my favorite, but I definitely do enjoy watching it sometimes because they can get a little crazy. I mean, we've already seen one triple dip, and that's pretty hard to do.
They're way less predictable in that sense, right? You can't just look
Right.
at the paper and say this is how this one's supposed to go. But I don't know. I will say I will always prefer a doubles format over any other format. I think having one person
Yeah.
that can ride or die on it. For me, honestly, I feel like I play my best in doubles because I have just so much more confidence when I'm trying to like help support a partner. Even if I'm the A shot or the B shot, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When I'm playing singles, I can easily get in my own head and psych myself out, and it's hard to snap out of it when you're playing by yourself. And with trips, again, it's a different beast. And then don't even get me started on the quads or more. Then you're starting to just get crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to chime in as the guy who's not technically played a PPD Triples All Stars, but what I can say is, oddly enough, I like trips and I actually like quads or four man, whatever you'd like to call it. Because with me, it feels like it becomes more of a chemistry thing than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also not a guy. I don't get super wrapped up in rhythm. I don't think I'm a rhythm player. I don't think I'm not a rhythm player. I don't think I am a rhythm player. But for me, I think it just starts to factor in more about the who you're playing with versus the necessarily just how it is. Because I think that when you have more than one or two people involved, I think that those chemistry bonds come into play a lot more than anything else. And Jordan Meyer is messing this board up because they ran away from closing anything while they were ahead. But yeah, that's the way I am. So I really like trips. I like four man, like when we play it here at state, for instance, at our state level tournaments or whatever. But that's that's me, and I'm
Would you
always
say
going to
that
be the
chemistry
oddball.
you mentioned? Because I honestly have not played a trips event with the same trips team more than once.
Okay.
So is it a on spot chemistry, or is it something you guys play? You've got like your set team for these trips events, and you play multiple events with that team and build that chemistry. So
Right. So
yeah, go ahead.
for me, it's I don't have I have people that I know that I could play well with, like whether I've played with them a lot or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a player that sits back and I try to mold myself to be what my partner or partners need me to be. Obviously, there's an objective to winning every single game we play, but I mean, does this person struggle here, succeed there, vice versa? How can I pick them up? How can I help them out? How can I help myself? And so what I do is just through my adventures of playing leagues and other tournaments, whether it's doubles, singles, trips, quads, whatever, I've come across people that I'm like, I know right now if you took me, so and so and so and so, and put us in a trips team, the three of us know each other well enough and are comfortable enough around each other that we're going to be successful. We may have never played an event together at all, other than
Right.
maybe a league or something, but I think we're going to be just fine because we have either it be personalities that gel together well, or none of us are going to sit there. There's no anger. There's no, how people can be sometimes. You have that partner that if you're not throwing well, they love you enough to tell you that they're mad at you,
Right.
or whatever. But we don't have that. We just mesh and we just run with it. And I've got a couple guys in my area and a couple gals in my area where when I'm throwing without them, I can tell that I'm throwing without them, whether it's good, bad, or whatever event you want it to be. And I can tell that when I throw with them, I'm way calmer. I feel better. And I also, good win, lose, draw, good or bad darts, whatever they are, I know what the expectations, and I can already tell where we're at mentally just from the presence of being around each other.
Right.
If
Yeah.
that
And
makes any sense.
it's definitely a big factor when you can play with people you're just having fun with. because most likely, more often than not, you're going to shoot well having a good time than you will shoot bad having a good time.
Sure, 100%. Yeah, so I think that's what it is for me. Like, I just, and I'm also a guy who, oddly enough, like, and this is what probably makes me a terrible competitor, and while I'll always be a middle of the road mediocre darter, is that, like, I like seeing people I'm playing against succeed. Like, if you and I were going to go play right now, I'd want to see you throw well. Now, I still want to win,
Right.
but I want to see you throw well too.
Right. Yeah.
So but that's just a flaw in my personality when it comes to what type of competitive I am. I don't want you to sit there and throw a 10 and an 0-1 leg while I throw a 30. I don't want that. I want you to throw a 30-something and then I barely beat you throwing a 30-something. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, for better or for worse, that's where I'm at. But yeah, so it's, I'm a big chemistry guy when it comes to that. I want people that I'm comfortable with, even if they're not the best shot in the room.
Mm-hmm.
As we watched Tim Orff knock off that cricket leg. But yeah, so like it's weirdly enough, like if I had two people and the one person was a 3-2 and a 35 and one was a 25 and a 2-6, but I get along and gel with the 25-2-6 better, I may go with that versus the more talented player, because I may think we both do better for each other and then both of our stats go up together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my TED Talk.
All right. On to the 701 leg. After Jordan and crew take the first cricket leg of this dip.
It's also the first leg they've won in the match. It was two straight so far.
Yes.
So a sign of life.
Yeah, they
sign of
definitely
Nick going
picked it up
0
on
for
that
7.
one. Robert did have a 9 mark out in that last leg, but that first start, just hitting that single, kind of ruined it for him.
Yeah, Robert Ryberg has been making some waves here. We got to see him at NDA Team Dart, playing in the level 1 team event for the cricket side of things. And he's one of those guys that really wants to try to jump up to the next level. He's hovering. But now he really wants to make that push. He wants to try to say, I want to be a 4+ shot. I want to consistently be in that range and kind of show his worth. And he's been making some great strides. I think he's doing a lot of good progress. And his mentality, I mean, he might keep a pretty cool collected appearance on the stream here, but I can tell you he lives or dies by every match. You can tell if it's a loss, it's on his face. If it's a win, it's on his face, because he just has that love for the game, and it's really been driving him lately.
That is good stuff. And Teresa finding 29 to push the lead just a little bit here, but nothing a couple darts can't handle if they're thrown right here for Robert. Just like that.
He's been very good on these bowls.
Does he have a slight obsession with high tons?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. That third dart he keeps straying away from.
I think
he's done.
It's a bad habit for like a lot of players, especially in the PVD system and stuff like that. You'll see that every now and again. Just because you kind of get used to it in league as well. When you're just throwing, you try to get that practice in. You might go bull, and then throw a trip here, throw a trip there. And especially for league, sometimes it's hard to stay focused, and that's what I know players will do that to try to maintain their focus. But you're absolutely right. There's not really much rhyme or reason unless you truly feel blocked and you hate moving on the line.
Yeah, if you're blocked, I get it. And if it helps you set up an actual out that helps give you an advantage or take darts out of the other team's hand, I understand that. But if not, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I agree.
Easy trigger. You Floridians. All right, Tim Orff. Ooh,
struggle around
24.
there.
Yeah, he's had a tough couple rounds. where right now, and ironically enough, we were doing a whole lot of talking ourselves, but we also witnessed Jordan winning the countdown by throwing at the bullseye. So he threw a double bowl and a single bowl, and then I think he hit an 11 or a 14 in split bowl countdown. So that was unique.
It worked.
But it worked.
Yeah.
81. So can't really knock it if it worked. So
Okay, Robert, right back to it. 213 showing. Hit the 4 on the first start just outside that bowl. And those are
Needs a bowl
right,
here.
right around it. Oh, I thought that was sneaking out too, but he lands it in there for 67 points, leaves 146. Jordan showing 205.
It's another miscount.
Yeah, they're
That
gonna
board is now.
back it up.
I'm gonna give Barry a lot of grace too, because Barry's. I know it's frustrating Jordan, but Barry's been very amicable to it. Because didn't you say that technically, in a way, Nick, it's board don't lie?
Well, so what happens is if it's the winning dart, that's kind of the case. But the player advantage rule is if the dart is stuck in the board, and if your darts are stuck in the board and it miscounts the dart, you send a picture to the opponent's team and they can reverse it back. That is how that would work. Let's look at this from Bam.
Double 18 needed.
Oh, off the margins.
Falls to the 1.
So normally you send a picture, do an exchange. Obviously, they must have communicated at some point in this final, hey, there's some problems with the board going on here. So yeah, you wouldn't just let it ride if the misregister did stick. And it's also the player advantage means it has to be to the advantage of the player is usually the idea behind that, right? Because it's usually disadvantageous for the count of 20 as a bull, you know?
I get nervous throwing up at a 20 there because that's when I always manage to randomly trip it. And a break of throw in the 701 leg again. Going to a last leg decider, we will be doing just that. We could see 2 triple dips today and a sudden death leg of cricket. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, for what, 8? 7?
Yeah.
7. Fair enough. Nice odd number there. I like that. Prime action. You got that right, brother. You're not wrong there at all. Alrighty. Well,
I do want to give a huge shout out to a team we were following along with. They just completed the Division 5 finals. Brad, John, and Chrissy do get it done and complete the triple dip as well. So they got first place there in Division 5 in the background while these were going on.
So potentially 3 triple dips.
Yeah. Can be done. It ain't over till it's all over.
And then also playing out of the stadium right now is Donna Caddy's team going on. They've been playing their final for a bit now. Now, they were the seat holders, and they're still fighting, so they are hopefully not on the receiving end of a triple dip, but that's going to be Donna Caddy, Cheyenne Richards, and Lori Luna going up against Brian Maury, Jamie Milkich, and Paul Hutchinson. So that's currently going on as well at the stadium. So 2 finals, or 3 in total, were played at the stadium today with Ram Guevara's team as well.
All right. And Nick, if you can do me a favor, I saw in our chat, one of our lovely people chiming in on the chat. How exactly do you get involved with PPD again, my guy?
Oh, yeah, easy enough. You just go to the last CSC stream and hear Sean do the spiel.
Perfect. Well played, sir. Well played. Tune in on Monday or Wednesday.
That's right. No, yeah, if you want to get involved with PPD, just go over to dartstsc.com. From there, you can go to the sign up grid there where you can find a league every night of the week. I don't have it memorized like Sean does. you can be able to find all of the different leagues there. You can also go over and see boards near you on there. So if you're not sure if you have a PPD board near you, just hit the map and you'll be able to find out all the boards in your area there. If you have any questions, of course, you can also go to Partners Promoting Darts on Facebook and on YouTube for assistance. And that is DIRTSTOC.com. That's dartstoc.com. Yeah, no, I don't have the ad read memorized.
Well done, sir.
I kind of stumbled through it, but we got there.
You got there. The message was delivered.
Oh boy, oh boy. All right, I know everybody's asking, how did Nick's dad do today in triples? Are we gonna over under on last place?
I'm gonna go with over. He did better than last place.
I would agree with that. That probably makes sense.
Your Desharas are good shots. I don't doubt it.
1 for 3 on Dominic Desharas that can hit in darts. They got they almost got last place, but won a last chance game to make it 11-12. Feel bad.
Hey,
oh, okay, good job,
finger
birthday
guns.
boy.
Pew, 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 pew. Well, he's probably reminiscing from the night before still. So
that is fair. That is fair. Reminiscing when I beat him to get into the king seat match.
Ayo.
So they're just going to take a quick second here to get set up with this last leg here. They technically have a few minutes in between each, because these are each technically matches they're playing. So they do have a few minutes. They're probably just refreshing drinks and stuff like that. This has been a long final as they've gone the full distance on this one. So we are going to see them go to this last leg shootout here. And I mean, if you're the team from Florida, you have to feel like you came into the final knowing you had the triple dip and won 4 straight legs. What's there to be upset about? You know, yeah, you just lost 2 straight in that last one, but if I were them, I would be having my head held high.
No, I mean 100%. Like you go out kicking, screaming, and fighting. You've got to understand that every time you go out and set out to do one of these tournaments, somebody wins, somebody loses. Like you were just talking about theoretically with your dad. You could have technically gone last place, out and right in, right out. You know. 0-3, but you know they've run the distance. They run the gauntlet. That was what I just did in Vegas with my trips team. So I mean, yeah, we didn't win the final. That's okay. We fought like heck. We had a heck of a good time. It was amazing, and we wouldn't change anything because it could have been a lot worse.
You just got to have the confidence to, you know, I would rather be overconfident than underconfident when it comes to darts in general, just because of the mentality of the sport. As my friend Gojo says, nah, I'd win.
Fair.
That joke was only for our mom,
like
and
that.
he didn't laugh.
I got it. I got it. I was like, did he just say Gojo? Sorry, I mean, I heard it, but I was looking through the division placements. So,
You're good.
I definitely caught it.
Well, here we go. Last leg decider. Looks like they're loaded in and getting ready to roll here.
Let's get it. Yeah, I was scrolling through. Most of those divisions completed their brackets. I think it's like 4 or 5. Still waiting on their finals to be played or are currently playing.
Yeah, we got a couple others that we have cameras too that we're keeping tabs on, but almost all of them are in last chance games right now. So I'm not, just for everyone watching at home, not 100% sure if we'll be able to get a third final in or not, just because of the triple dips take longer than single dips. So just a heads up, this might be our last match of today. We'll see where the other matches are at. I do want to ask you guys a question
or we could just sit around and talk for hours. What's up, my guy?
That's true. We can start the anime podcast. So it's called "We Show Ryan Things to Watch." We just make you watch
yes, let's do it. I will start a list.
So going first in this diddle here, right? There's a couple of different stratagems that are commonly put into place here, right? But specifically, one that Danny Baggish had started showing us on streams was if you hit the first 2 trip 20s and you're showing first in this countdown diddle, He actually doesn't mind taking the bull on the last start, because if you hit a single 20, you have a high chance of tying or getting broken if they hit a 145 using the bull.
Right.
But if you hit the 145 yourself or hit into the 170, it forces a harder shot on your opponent than hitting a 140 on the 20s would. And I don't know how I feel about that, because obviously you just want the confidence of I'm going to hit 3 trip 20s. But pragmatically speaking, it seems like it might actually be one of the better ways to go if you hit the first 2 darts in there.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think I like the third dart bull if you hit the first 2 triple 20s, because, but I guess there's different factors, like where are your first 2 placements on those, right? Are you covering a third triple, or, you know, like you said, the
He just
5
did it
point
again.
differential? Wow, another white horse by Jordan
Opener
Meyer.
for Jordan Meyer.
In the last leg
In the
decider.
last
That's
leg
crazy.
decider, he opens Whitey. Wow. Calm down. But so I like I really like what you guys are talking about, going trip 20 and going bowl, because I like the mental side of it. But being a player that very rarely hits triple 20, it's not really a factor for me. So, you know, but no, I mean, you know, but no, it sounds like the reasoning and the logic in it makes a lot of sense. So, like, I'd give Danny some credit there, because I can think of a lot of people who wouldn't have thought that far ahead.
And just to make it clear, Danny only thinks about darts. Everything else he doesn't think ahead in. Don't worry.
I'll have to ask him about that if I ever see him anytime soon. Be like, hey, Nick said that you just don't think. So
He would probably agree.
I mean, maybe. I've seen a couple of the interviews. And I think we find ourselves with Robert and company in a similar scenario here. They had the 18s in the last time we had this, and they got ahead on the 18s, but they never really got away from them and forced any closes until Robert had to try to desperation 9 mark close the end there. And Jordan he's forcing the issue. He's trying to make them do it. And they've got to. Like 50 points. I know you want a wedge, which that's an amazing first start to do it. But now you got to think about closing something. You got to take something away. You can't just let them run carte blanche and dictate what's happening with them on, with it on a lost leg decider here. Tim only finds the single, so
Yeah,
Shannon here.
I feel like
Single 20.
that last turn by Barry, he hits that big 16 first dart. I think I would have taken the last 2 darts at that 20 to close it, because he has that
100%.
mark. If he trips
100%.
it, then you have the option of going to closing that 19 or 17, or even going back to that 16. But
100%.
you're playing with down 3 numbers at this point. If you're hitting your first dart, your second and third maybe needs to be your damage control darts as well.
Well, and the thing is at this point, if the 20's still open, which he's about to close it, I hope. Thank you. As long as you're down 4 or more numbers, you can never shut them down.
Right.
So you can run on a number all you want, but if you've got 4 beds or more, you're not able to ever shut them down. So if they'd have gone over and closed the 16 before he closed that 20, sure, you can close 20, 19, and 17, where but you couldn't have closed everything. So, and you got Jordan, who's just putting in work.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, and now it's more manageable. It's, we're at 2 beds. But you have to pick and choose a time where you decide it's time to draw a line in the sand and fight back. And he could take a shot at the 16 here if he wanted to, but he goes back to the 19, and that's a massive trip, because that puts a lot of pressure here on Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
and they have the highest ground possible in the 19 and still the 2 beds. So now Teresa has some options herself here. She's a little high, a little low, but still Robert has got to be that Robert we saw when he caught fire, and he's got to stay hot right now. Because they're doing a good job of staying kind of close on the leg, but they're still at the disadvantage of being down in beds.
Three singles there by Robert. Takes the 4-point advantage, but still trailing 2 numbers.
Yeah,
And Jordan just going to tear it apart.
Hyper aggressive. He's playing so aggressively, and it's working. I mean, he's hitting pretty much everything he's looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And that just, I mean, now here's the problem. You got to go bull here, and you're down, 3 beds. And that's just, that can't, you can't say that feels good. I don't care who you are. I don't care how talented you are. You could be a level 17 player today or a level 1 player today. Being down 3 beds and only on a bowl is just, and the last leg decider is just not going to feel good. And Tim Orff just made it feel worse.
Yeah.
He just said, let me swing a leg in there while you're already starting to work on laying on the ground. Shannon finds herself a bowl, though. Gets herself tuned in there a little bit. And right now, says looking for a bowl, falls into a 19 for bonus points. Puts him up $110. So, Robert here.
He's been very good on the bulls.
He has, and it wouldn't hurt to have a couple in the black right now, too. Stacking it right on top of it. He stacks that dart well.
Yeah, I've noticed that his grouping of darts, whether it's a hit or miss, they're very tight to each other. Very close groupings. Jordan with the chance to win it all. Needs a single bowl. And hits it with a double. So Jordan, Tim, and Tressa avoid a triple dip and take the Division 9 title. Congratulations to them.
Well,
wow.
Here's the sitch is just about all of our other finals are just about finished up or basically all but over in their final legs here. So that'll be the end of our coverage on that one, I believe, as I believe this will be the final that we're finishing out on.
Okay. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And thank you, PPD and Nick, for inviting myself and Ryan to fill in for the famous Will and Sean. Ryan, it was great meeting you, and
100%, bud.
I had fun talking with you and Nick, just talking darts and first time talking with each other in general.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a great day. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Thanks, Nick, for letting the B team ballers come in here today and have some fun. Thank you for going 0 for 7. It's been a great day. So everybody be sure to tune in Mondays and Wednesdays. Will and Sean, we know that they're the league favorites, and Nick will be there too. Hopefully not still going 0 for 7.
Well, Mondays and Wednesdays starting again later. The season.
Oh, that's right. We just wrapped up.
We just wrapped it. But June 10th will be the next PPD stream there. That'll be the start of the WCS season 2.
Well, there you go. But yeah, as always, thanks, Nick. Thanks to PPD for putting on, obviously an awesome event. Ran smooth. All these teams. Can't be wrong.
Yeah, and congratulations to all our winners today. And we had a lot of fun getting to watch a lot of you play. And it was a lot of good darts today.
A lot of good darts. Still a little broken over the Brandon Asado 50 to 14, but I'll work my way through that.
All right. Any last words, Nick?
No, thank you all for tuning in. Do appreciate each and every one of you for watching us. Make sure to follow us on Partners Spraying Darts on Facebook and YouTube. Go ahead and support these guys as well over at Cincy Event Streaming and Star City Live. If you liked their commentary, let me tell you, they do a lot more too, and some really good shows they put on. Besides that, thanks for each and every one of you for watching, as this wouldn't happen without you guys. And we'll be back with more action next time on here with Partners Spraying Darts. I was doing so good, and I fumbled at the finish line. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night.